No. Other commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, everybody else but Commissioner Nikita.
I got you now.
Here we go. We're good to go. I apologize for that. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Birmingham City Commission of May 24 meeting of May 24, 2021 to order. Could you please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? No. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, with that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Boutros.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Here in Birmingham, Michigan. Commissioner Baylor.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Hoff. You're on mute.
Yeah, she's muted. I can see her talking, but I can't hear her.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Here we go.
Commissioner Host.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Nikita.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Sherman.
Here, Birmingham, Michigan.
Thank you, Alex. With that, we go to our first item on the agenda, which is proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignation and confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests and announcement. I believe we have our 40th District House of Representative, Ms. Mari Manoogian, with us. And on behalf of the commission, would like to welcome you. And good evening, Mari. Good to see you. Go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mayor Boutros, and good evening to everyone on the commission. Thank you for having me, as well as everyone who is at home and watching online. I'm State Representative Mari Manoogian. I represent my beautiful hometown of Birmingham, our town, and then also Bloomfield Hills, Bloomfield Township, and the eastern portion of West Bloomfield. And I wanted to give you all an update since the time we last spoke, last quarter, sort of where things are at in the legislature on pieces of legislation that may be of interest to the commission. So I'll start with probably the most controversial issue, something that you all have probably seen come down the pike, and something that we will be likely voting on tomorrow in the Commerce and Tourism Committee, which is House Bill 4722, pertaining to short-term vacation rentals and short-term rentals of homes. So I know that this is a huge issue for our community, and I sit on the committee that will be hearing this bill tomorrow. We've already had testimony on it either last week or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember which. And so for clarity, this bill would create statewide regulations on short-term vacation rentals and would essentially rescind local control regarding the regulation of such vacation rentals. And so tomorrow morning, we'll be taking up as a vote around 9 a.m. in the Commerce Committee. And I wanted to make sure you all knew that I would be voting against the legislation as it's currently written. It's not something that I feel is appropriate for me to support and is not reflective of the values of this commission or our committee. And so I wanted to make sure you knew that ahead of time before that vote came down. So in addition to hearing from many of you, including Tom and others, I wanted to make sure you knew that we heard from local municipalities in all 4 of our municipalities in our district, as well as others around the state, around the dangers of essentially rescinding local control when discussing short-term vacation rentals. To me, this bill presents a slippery slope in which we see the state taking away local control on many, many issues, and this just being one of them that is top of mind right now and is highly controversial. So I wanted to make sure all of you understood where I stood on the issue and that I have your back in going into this vote. So I'm happy to take any questions from all of you about that. But to me, this just presents a major challenge to, frankly, our ability to maintain local control for you all and for our cities and townships across Michigan. Any questions on that from the commission, I guess?
Commissioners, I'll open it to you. Any questions for our House Representative, Mari Manoogian?
Okay. Seeing none. If you guys have any questions later, feel free to reach out to us. We're unsure where it stands once it passes through the committee. Usually if a committee brings a bill to a vote, it means that the chairman and the majority believes they have the votes needed to support the legislation. So we're likely to see the bill pass tomorrow, but anything could happen in the committee room. So we'll see how it goes. The next thing I wanted to discuss and kind of give you an update on is the state budget process. I know that could be an incredibly frustrating experience for folks to witness, and so I wanted to walk you through what we're engaging in right now. We are obviously right at the heart of budget season. Last term, there was a bill that was passed that mandated that we have to have a state budget by June 30th, and that's, I'll be honest with you, it's sort of an artificial deadline. The bill is virtually unenforceable. So we will likely, hopefully, fingers crossed, have something that is established that our state budget will be finished by June 30th. I'm not holding my breath. I'm a little worried about it, but we'll see how it goes. We voted on a House budget and on zeroed out budgets from the Senate, which is sort of a procedural vote. So basically having that discordance where we voted on our amended versions of the Senate bills really has started in earnest the actual budget negotiation process, where we take both the Senate and House bills and they go to conference committees where they can have really, where the members of the Appropriations Committee, of which I'm not one of them, can have really deep and robust discussions about what the budget will look like in its final iteration. So, as you all know, we as a state have received a great deal of help from the federal government. So we're working to make sure those dollars are appropriated. And we had a consensus revenue estimating conference on Friday that was rather optimistic. That showed that, when we saw our revenue levels at the state dip last year, we saw a slight increase, not just from where they dipped from in the previous fiscal year, but we saw them actually increase even ever so slightly. So we're looking forward to hopefully making those long-term investments in our infrastructure, potentially with that additional revenue. In the past iterations of the budget, I voted no on those House budgets that the majority had put up. On every single one of them. Usually, sometimes the Michigan House passes what we call omnibus budgets, which would be every single department or sort of subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee has a budget that's all rolled into one bill. In the past couple of sessions, we've been passing individual bills for each of the different committees. So sometimes in the past, I voted yes on some of those bills. In the past, I voted no on them. This session, I voted against all of them. I didn't feel that they took into account the additional revenue we had received from the feds and didn't go far enough. Plus, I think it's stupid to budget on a quarterly basis. So we're budgeting every 90 days, and that's no way to run a government. So for me, I thought that was poor fiscal management, and it was important that we voiced our concern with that through the voting process. So that to me was enough for me to vote no on all of the individual supplementals. In terms of appropriations and grants, I think this is more pertinent to all of you on the commission. Please, please, please let me know about things that you as a local elected think are top level importance or things that are non-starters in any of these budgets going forward. So I have a really strong relationship with our minority vice chairman, Joe Tate, on the House Appropriations Committee. And I'm happy to take any of your ideas for any sort of one-time funding line items or grants or things that you may think that the city could use. Please reach out to our office so we can make sure we fight for those things in the budget. We have those conversations early on in the term. We started having those conversations with Tom and some other folks in January, but we're more than happy to continue if you see a line item or a grant that you think the city could use. We are more than happy to help put that word in now. And then maybe if it doesn't make it into the current budget for this fiscal year, it's not the first time folks have heard about it. So it's something we can fight for in the coming fiscal year. And in addition, briefly, a few other bills that I've worked on with some success. We were really excited in the past, I don't know, I think it'd be like within the past month or so, we passed distracted driving out of the House Judiciary Committee. So we had House Bills 4277, 4278, and 4279. It's a bipartisan package of bills I created to help strengthen our distracted driving laws. And so we saw those pass out of the House Judiciary Committee last month, and we are hopefully, fingers crossed, going to see them pass the full House before we go on recess for the summer. So I'll keep you more updated on what that may look like, but those will still have to pass the Senate and then, of course, go to the governor's desk. But essentially, the legislation would modernize their distracted driving laws to ensure that if you are talking on your phone and you have the phone in your hand, that that was something that can be considered a primary offense, and our police officers have the tools they need in their toolkit to properly enforce our distracted driving laws. Because right now it's just about texting and driving, and it doesn't include things like zooming while you're in your vehicle, which has now become a bigger problem, as well as reading Facebook and being on Snapchat and Twitter and anything else. I'm also working on a bill package with many Republican colleagues and a couple of Democratic colleagues on basically on housing, and I'm working with MISHDA on it as well. That's going to help homeowners in our city. So my bill in particular would eliminate the fixed caps on the purchase price limits for homes to qualify for MISHDA financing. So it would use the average purchase price for where the home is located to calculate the financing cap. So it'll make it easier for folks to purchase homes. In Michigan, I know we're having a major housing crisis across the country. And I think it's really important that we help make it easier for folks to be able to invest in our city and invest in a home. And that's pretty much it. I mean, other than that, I wanted to make sure we say here loud and clear on this commission call that if residents in the city are having issues with unemployment or the Secretary of State or anything else, please reach out. You can reach me at marimanugian@house.mi.gov, or you can give our office a shout at 517-373-8670. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mari. As always, it's good to hear from you and give us all the update. Thank you for representing us and doing your best for us. Have a wonderful evening, and I welcome you to stay for the whole meeting if you wish. All right. With that, we move on to our next announcement. The Birmingham Shopping District is pleased to welcome Mr. Sean Kamer as its new executive director. Mr. Kamer was most recently the downtown manager for the Royal Oak DDA. He holds a master's degree in public administration with a graduate certificate in economic development and is currently pursuing a master's degree in political science, both through Wayne State University. Mr. Kamer has experience in economic development, public relations, downtown marketing, and business attraction and retention, all of which will be invaluable skills in serving the Birmingham Shopping District. Mr. Kamer, I hope I didn't kill your last name by me pronouncing it, but correct me if I did. I welcome you personally on behalf of the commission. I would like to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really happy to be here, and it's an honor to have accepted this position with the shopping district. I just want to say, I'm tremendously thankful to, the commission, the board of the BSD, and city staff. I've received a really warm welcome here. Everyone's been tremendously supportive to help me hit the ground running, and it's a wonderful community, and I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Kamer. Commissioners, any questions, any suggestion for Mr. Kamer from you? I hear none. Just want to welcome you again, Mr. Kamer, and please help us continue to strive in the downtown as we pledge to be known as a vibrant, safe, and walkable town. And welcome on board.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we go to our next welcome. Also, the Birmingham Shopping District welcome Ms. Sarvi Lapari as its newest board member. Mrs. Lapari has a master's degree in business with a focus on human resources. She and her family have been active members of the community since they moved to Birmingham in 2014. Mrs. Lapari, are you with us? Oh, here she is. Good evening, Ms. Lapari. How are you tonight? I know last meeting you got a unanimous support to support your appointment by our city manager, and we normally hear from you at that time. We're appointing people, but unfortunately you were absent. But here you are now. You are officially appointed, and would like to hear from you and introduce yourself to the rest of the commission, please.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited and honored to be here. I guess just a brief introduction about me. My husband and I have been living in Birmingham for 7 years. We have 2 young boys who attend the Birmingham Public Schools. They get to enjoy all the wonderful amenities the city has to offer. I'm currently a stay-at-home mom, but prior to that, until about 2 years ago, I worked at LaPerry Foods and managed the human resources department there. LaPerry Foods is a Michigan-based food distributor that was founded here and is now a national distributor with over 2,000 employees. So I was proud to be there. Since staying home with my kids, I've been very active with our schools. I've joined the PTA. I'm actually currently the chair of fundraising. I'm also a member of the Community Education Committee at Pierce, which is a great committee that brings community outreach events and programs that involve kids into the town. I love our town. I truly value a sense of community. I'm honored to join the board, and I look forward to hopefully providing a different insight and support to all city initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lipari. Commissioners, any question for Mrs. Lipari? All right, see none. Ms. Lipari, I personally know you and your wonderful family and husband, and I can testify how active you are in our community because I run into you almost at every activity. I am myself in that. Welcome. Thank you for making a difference, and thank you for getting involved. And we'll see you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, with that, we go to our appointments.
Mayor Boutros,
Oh, yes, Commissioner Hoff.
I would like to make a suggestion that since we just heard today about the Memorial Day ceremony, and this is the last meeting before that, that perhaps you could announce that and let the public know that it is open to the public.
Oh, the Memorial Service Day in Shane Park. Is it?
Yes.
Yes. We actually just received that communication today, and we are lucky enough to be able to celebrate that day in person, and it's going to be held at the normal place that we've always celebrated is at Shane Park, and I believe it's at 11 o'clock in the morning on Monday.
I think it's at 10.
Is it either 10 or 11? I am not sure.
10 a.m. and it's virtual as well.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. and it's also virtual. Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. All right. With that, we go to our first appointments. We have for appointment for Martha Baldwin Park Board. And we have one applicant, Mr. Kenning, Robert Kenning. And we have a renewal actually for him, a regular member to the board to serve a reminder of a 4-year term to expire May 1st, 2024. Mr. Kenning, are you with us?
Unmute. You're unmuted.
Hello. Hello.
Oh,
Yes. Mr. Kenning, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Go ahead, Mr. Kenning. Tell us why you would like to continue on that board, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. For many years, I was a paid employee of the city of Birmingham, where I served in various positions, finally as city manager. And I learned that Birmingham is Birmingham because of the volunteering of many citizens in the Birmingham who used their profession to help the city, including the city commission that is virtually a non-paid organization, including the mayor. And so when I retired from the city, I wanted to go back and be like a leader and be one of the volunteers. And one of the positions that I liked was the Martha Baldwin Park Board, because I had known a lot about Martha Baldwin, that she was a mover and doer in the city, but she donated the property that her parents owned, a gravel pit at Maple and Southfield, that the city was seeking her to improve. And she said, I will give the property to the city of Birmingham, provided there's a board of men and women, they serve without pay, and that they keep that site in Birmingham, improve it, and keep it a bright spot in the downtown area. I admired her, and I would like to serve on that same board with the same enthusiasm for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Kenning. Commissioners, Commissioner Host.
It's not really a question. I'd like to nominate Robert Kenning to serve as a regular member of the Martha Baldwin Park Board to serve the remainder of a 4-year term expiring May 1st, 2024. And thank you, Bob.
Yeah, Beth.
Okay, with that, we'll take the roll call for Mr. Kenning.
Mr. Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, congratulations again, Mr. Kenning. Keep doing what you love to do. Many more
Thank you.
healthy years to come your way. We'll see you. All right, with that, we go to item 4 on the agenda. This is an open to the public for matters not on the agenda. I do see some public with us. I just want to remind you that this, if you're here for an item on the agenda, this is not the time to talk about it or raise your hand. This is for any matters that not on the agenda tonight. With that, let's see if there's any public comment for matters not on the agenda tonight. Mr. Paul Reagan? We'll unmute you in a second, Mr. Reagan.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd
your
like
name.
to. Hi, I'm Paul Reagan. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to talk to you tonight about community building and food, and specifically food trucks located somewhere in the neighborhoods. I've done a little bit of background work, or should I say quite a bit, looking into how food trucks can enable people to interact more, to enliven neighborhoods and make them more integrated. Recently on Nextdoor, I raised the issue to see if there was interest, and there was considerable interest in the neighborhoods. It was posed as a general question. Was there any interest? And if so, where would these food trucks be valued or seen as a contribution to the neighborhood? The answers were quite varied, and several themes did evolve, not the least of which is around parks and perhaps even it's private property, Adams Square, which had seen, I guess it's been a couple of years, where food trucks had located. What I'm suggesting is not event-based. I'm suggesting food trucks that are regularly scheduled so that the food truck can be successful as a business. They're micro businesses and they have to be where there's sufficient volume. But also, regular scheduling would enable the neighborhood to know that the food truck is there and to expect it to be there. Food trucks have really become the hottest, I think, mobile restaurant sort of thing. There's very imaginative and creative cuisines that have been explored. If you're following that, food trucks are really not just, they're not ice cream anymore, and they're not hot dogs and merely hot dogs and burgers. Food trucks can be enabled in a couple of ways, and I think this is where the city could really improve its public relations with the neighborhoods by facilitating the presence of the food trucks, enabling neighborhoods to choose whether or not they wanted one or more. And I think it would be about time that we showed the neighborhoods that neighborhood can be more of a fun place, an interactive place, a walkable place, and I'd like to see the city support that.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Reagan. Thank you for bringing that up. Any other public comment? Not on the agenda, for matters not on the agenda, please. Mr. David Bloom, go ahead, please. State your name for the record and go with your comment.
David Bloom, I live in Birmingham. Good evening, everyone. I will be making 2 public comments this evening. The first is that over the weekend, I noticed a very large, prominent skid mark over the curb at the corner of Southfield and Maple. I know I've commented on this curb before after the redesign. I believe Andrew Haig has commented somewhat significantly on this curb as well. And that there's going to be an accident or an injury there if we don't do something on the design. If once you've gone around that curve a few times, you're aware that it's there and you slow down appropriately. But if you're not aware that it's there and what you need to do, it's a disaster waiting to happen. So I just want to bring that to the commission's attention again. The second item I'd like to raise is a repeat of the comment I made at the last meeting when I asked the city commission to please set up an agenda item to discuss what I believe to be the mayor's violation of a federal court order on public engagement in the meetings at the city budget hearing. And I think it's important for the city to talk about this and address it and come up with a plan so that this doesn't happen again. And I'm trying to be patient with waiting for something like this to happen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Okay, any other public comments for matters not on the agenda? Seeing none, we move on to item 5, and that's our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There'll be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Commissioners, would any commissioner like to remove any item from the consent agenda? Commissioner Hoff.
C.
Item C. Any other items from other commissions? Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Item B.
B as in boy. Okay. Any other commissioners? Any other items to be pulled by the public? Okay, seeing none from the public, I'd like to bring it back to the commission and entertain a motion. Commissioner Hoff.
I'll move the consent agenda without items B and C.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nikita. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Yes. Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. I believe these are minor things, I guess. We'll take them as now. And Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with item C, please.
Yes, this is I'm sure, a typo in the minutes of May 10th, 2021 on page 6, but I think it's important because it's in regard to the liquor license for the Birmingham Theater, but they refer to Paul Glantz, representative of RH Birmingham. And in view of the fact that we are working with RH, I think his company is CH Birmingham LLC. And I think it's important to correct that at this time. It's just a typo. Instead of RH, it should be CH. That's my only correction.
Awesome.
I'll make sure that change is updated.
Okay. And with that, I will move approval of the minutes of the May 10th meeting.
Item C.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Baller. Will the clerk please call the roll on that?
1 second. Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Yes. Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thanks, Alex. Now we go to item B, pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. Just similarly, a minor issue, but important for future indexing and searching for materials. On page 1 of the workshop session minutes from Monday, May 10th, the title of the minutes is indicates it's a discussion regarding unimproved streets. And so that just needs to be corrected to the parking assessment district. Got it. With that, I'll move the minutes, item B.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. Will the clerk please call the roll on that, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Long? Yes. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you, Alex. We move to item 6, which is unfinished business. We have none. Item 7, new business. Item A under new business, we have a public hearing of confirmation, the Grant Street paving project. I'd like to open the public hearing. And we have Mr. Jack Todd on that, I think. Oh, we can hear you 1 second.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Todd. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Boutros and Commissioners. My name is Jack Todd and I'm the Deputy Treasurer for the City of Birmingham. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you, confirming Special Assessment District Role number 894, defraying the cost of installing sewer and water laterals within the Grant Street paving project over a 10-year period, as detailed in tonight's agenda. Billing for the project will be made at a date closer to the end of construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Todd? See none. Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioners, entertain a motion. Commissioner Nikita?
I'll
You
move
have a-
the suggested resolution.
You need to close the public hearing and
Oh,
see if there's
yeah.
any public comment.
Yes, any public comment or any public questions to Mr. Todd? Also, seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing. And now, Commissioner Nikita, please, you may repeat your motion.
Yeah, I'll move the suggested resolution.
Second.
Second.
Okay? Will the clerk please, any comment on the motion, Commissioners? None from the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long? Yes. Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, Alex. We move to item B under new business. Public hearing for 720 North Old Woodward. And I do believe, Mr. Dupuy, you want to give us the summary of what happened, or is that you or Ms. Jana Ecker?
That's me today.
Okay, and are you going to discuss before I open the public hearing, or should I open the public hearing and tell us what the applicant had requested? Because eventually, I do believe, Ms. Kucherik, correct me if I'm wrong, what we're trying to accomplish tonight is we had received a communication from the applicant as to postpone the public hearing. Before I give you the floor, Mr. Dupuy, I just want to make sure I am doing following the right process. Could you please unmute Ms. Kucherik? It's just to help me guide this in the right way. My attempt is to open the public hearing and entertain a motion to postpone the public hearing to a certain date. Is that the appropriate way to handle this, Ms. Kucherik?
It is, but the commission does have the choice because it was set for public hearing. If there is any public present to speak, commission may choose to hear the public or may entertain the motion to adjourn.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to open the public hearing then. Public hearing is open for 720 North Old Woodward. Commissioner, would you like to hear anything from Mr. Dupuy or Ms. Ecker, or would we entertain a motion to postpone to a certain date? And I'll open also to the public. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
What is the reason that this is being postponed, please?
I'm not aware. Can anybody answer that question?
Mayor
Mr. Dupuy,
Butrus,
go. Yes.
I can answer it, but I'm not sure it'll satisfy you, Commissioner Hoff. I was not given a reason. It was a simple request to please postpone. And I don't see any of the applicants here to explain either. So it was via email, if that helps, this afternoon.
I saw it, but it makes it difficult to know, if we're saying a date certain, it makes it difficult to know how to determine that date certain if we don't know how much time they need to prepare their materials or to make changes. So how can we come up with a date certain when we don't know what's going on?
Yes, Commissioner Hoff, very valid question. As I asked Mr. Marcus myself the same question, we don't know. I don't know, Commissioner, how comfortable you are or Jenna, can you help us? Mr. Dupuy, is there anything to simplify this, or I'm not sure because we're all in the dark.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
under normal procedural rules, if you are postponing to the date certain, that is the very next meeting.
Well,
to postpone means to put to the next meeting.
Sure.
To the date certain. So that would be my advice, that you postpone it to the next meeting.
Okay. Commissioners, then we have to flip the dice, I think, and do that, and then postpone it for the next meeting, since we don't know what the reason of the ask, and they have to be responsible. And I understand the city staff. I apologize. There's nothing we can do here. I hope it's not a burden on you. I'm not sure if there's any extra work. You're nodding no. Okay, so Commissioner, I'd like to entertain a motion to postpone the public hearing unless any public is here for this hearing. I'd like to hear from them. I see no public. Commissioner Sherman.
I'll move to postpone this matter until our meeting on June. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
June what?
1 second. I think it's 14, but let me double check.
14th, perfect.
June 14th.
June 14th, 2021.
Second, and Commissioner Host, unmute yourself. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Now you can say
I
something.
would like to second it. I don't know what's going on, other than every time I put myself on mute, I can never come back.
Oh, okay.
I won't do it.
Our IT manager just heard you saying that, so hopefully this will. Don't unmute yourself if you don't have to, Commissioner Host. Okay, Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that if I recall correctly, we have a pretty heavy meeting for June 14th. So may I suggest that someone from staff be in communication with these people who are making this request to see if that's going to work. So you let us know in advance, because we have a pretty heavy agenda that night. Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Nikita has his hand. Yes, we need to unmute him. Jamal, please. Can I unmute him?
There we go. That's all I wanted, is to get unmuted. For some reason, it went and muted on me. So,
all right.
Good. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, with that, I guess we'll do a roll call.
For Commissioner Sherman's motion to postpone.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. Okay, we move to item C under new business. We have a public hearing for 695 West Brown Street, which is a lot split. I'd like to open the public hearing, and Mr. Brooks has his hand raised, and we'll give you the floor in a second. We'll unmute you. Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Long has her hand up too.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Long, yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Boutros, I wanted to notify the commission that I'll be recusing myself from this item because my spouse was involved in the original project from which this property is asking to be split.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. We'll see you shortly then. Commissioner Host?
No,
You had
I'm
something?
just saying goodbye to Mayor
okay.
Pro Tem.
All right, good enough. Okay, Mr. Brooks, is that you? Go ahead. We can give us, we have,
95 West Brown Street is applying for a lot split to split off the portion of their, the southeast portion of their property. And lot splits in Birmingham have 3 requirements. In this instance, the applicant does not meet requirement number 2 for the lot width, and therefore the planning division recommends that the city commission cancel the public hearing and that the applicant go for a rezoning amendment in order to meet the lot split requirements if they wish to continue pursuing it. Let me do a share screen here for some background on this. My screen up? Yep. Okay. This is an image in the packet that helps me explain it the most. So the applicant owns this property. I have outlined here in red. So that's the 695 West Brown. And in 2018, they had 8 single-family attached units approved by the planning board, which were built. So what you see here in the pink is the R8 zone. So for this property in red, the R8 permits a maximum of 8 units, which they've done. And so what they're proposing is to split off the southern portion of this property you see outlined here in black line to the red that I have with this blue star. However, the requirements for lot splits is that you cannot be less than the average lot width on the same street within 300 feet in the same zone. So this lot they're proposing here is 59 feet. However, the only lot that's on the same street and in the same zone is 525 Watkins for comparison. And this lot is 103 feet. So for a lot split requirements, you can't be less than 103 in this case. Therefore, their 59 does not meet the lot split standards. The applicant has indicated to the planning division that they're amenable to a lot split approval with the condition that this lot only be developed with R2 standards, or that it be developed with the condition that it only have 2 units on it. However, I'd like to point out that, as I said, this lot width would be 59 feet, and the average lot width of the Watkins lots in the R2 zone is 56 feet. So if they rezone this to R2, they would satisfy the lot width requirement. And if it were R2, you could only put one single family home on this lot, and then it would mirror what is across the street, which is how the planning division came to their recommendation. This resulting lot would be over 10,000 square feet. So within the R8 zone, you get one single family attached unit per 3,000 square feet. So they could get up to 3 units given the 10,000 square feet. However, it'd be a squeeze. They said they prefer to do 2. However, the planning division stance is that the hearing should be canceled and the applicant should pursue a rezoning to R2. Therefore, no special conditions are required, and the applicant would meet all lot split requirements. So with that, let me know if you have any questions.
Commissioner Hop.
How did the original developer get that whole parcel of land as one lot? How did it all, I mean, when we look at what is written here, there's lot 15, 14, 13, 1. How did this all become one property, one lot?
I believe it used to be an office. I don't quite recall the exact history of the lot, but I know that the 1937 ordinance has that whole piece zoned as multifamily. I believe who they bought it from, there was an old single-story office, is my recollection.
Yep, it was a medical office for that occupied the whole.
Dr. Vasilev, yes.
Correct.
But so the whole thing was all a part of his parking lot.
From what I can recall from the plans in 2018, I believe so.
Okay, I have one other question. As I read the materials, I see that when this was initially purchased and the development was being planned, it was indicated that the developers were going to leave this area that is now being asked to be split as a general common area. What happened to that plan?
In regards with a general common area in the planning board application or on their condominium out to the county? I believe the planning board plans just indicated as open space, staging space for future development.
Ms. Ecker, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, I just wanted to add one thing, that there was a lot of back and forth on this. When the application was first submitted, there was a proposal to put something on that as a secondary, like a phase 2 of the project. Then it was removed and they said they would deal with it later. So that's kind of what happened. And then on the plans that were approved by the planning board, it was just as Mr. Cowan stated, general common area.
Okay, Commissioner Nikita?
Yeah, I was, I guess, carrying on to that, from that point. I don't know if Ms. Ecker or Brooks want to comment on this to clarify. I'm trying to recall exactly the original intent, and I know there was public dialogue with the neighbors, and there was a number of discussions about the overall intention of the development over time, phase 1 and phase 2. And we've received some letters that refer to that. Could you maybe go back a little bit on the original discussion through the planning board when it was approved, and the intention of that development and what was essentially established as the plan of action for the redevelopment of the entire site, phase 1 and phase 2? Just to give clarity about what was originally discussed and what the adjacent residents were aware of as far as what the development was going to be in time.
Well, it's pretty much as I said. It went back and forth. There was a lot of discussion. At one time, the developer thought they might put a single-family home on that lot. At another point, they talked about potentially doing a couple of attached single families, wrapping it around the corner. And then in the end, they decided to leave it as phase 2 as a common general element and to come back at a later date. And that's what they're doing now.
So if I could continue, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some clarity as to what you're. So I guess to clarify what you just said, your recollection is that there really was no determination of what was going to be planned. It sounds to me there were a variety of options that were presented to the public and as part of the dialogue, but nothing had been determined specifically. Is that what I understand then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Before I give it to the public, commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Brooks, you've been kind enough to say that this is the configuration from 1937, whereas the rest of Brown Street is uniform. Was this something that just kind of slipped in the last 80 some years, or how have we dealt with it? Maybe Ms. Ecker can answer it, but I'll give it to you, Brooks.
Right, I'm not sure the entire history of the parcel, but I was curious as why it doesn't match the east side of the street. So I pulled up the 1937 zoning map, and it must have been relative to the properties back then as to why back then it was just multifamily, to why it dips a little further south. I think you also have a diagonal street coming into the grid, which is why that R8 part may go a little further south than what's across the street as well. But from 1930 to now, I don't know the entire timeline.
I have a question, and probably let me have the public ask. I see Mr. Guy Simons on the phone. You have a question for?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Please state your name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Guy Simons. I live at 563 Watkins Street.
Okay.
Maybe I can share one of the original documents that was submitted with the original plan. I also submitted a letter yesterday to Mr. Marcus, but I'm not sure if it just made it into the packet.
Yep. We did receive it, Mr. Simon.
Thank you. I think we should, or in the letter I said that the City Commission should just outright reject the lot split. A condition for a lot split is that the all requirements of the zoning are met. When this permission for the 8 residences on the north side of the lot was given, the side setback requirements for a corner lot were not met. And so this should in itself be disallowing a lot split. I would say contrary to what, well, the perception from the residents when the first plans were shown was that the single residence that was going to be built on the south part of the lot was a sweetener, so to say, to make the whole development more attractive and more digestible for the neighbors, who of course lost a fairly open space with a small office on the Southfield side, and instead now are looking on the back of 8 residences with an alleyway behind it, which is about 300 feet long, with inadequate parking and inadequate or difficult access from Watkins, which is a narrow street with parking on one side, making it almost a single lane street with 2-way traffic. That situation actually also happens on the driveway itself, behind the 8 residences already. Earlier today, there were 3 trucks and a trailer parked there. That trailer has been sitting there for 4 months now. So that's just part of the sort of the alteration of the neighborhood that has happened because of the development of these 8 residences. The next phase is, then proposing 2 attached townhouses in that southern lot. Then the request by the planning board to talk to the neighbors, and then basically being threatened that they could put 3 buildings there if they wanted, according to the zoning. That we should be lucky that they are willing to put something nice up there. It was hardly a negotiation or something that I would say in any way met the neighbors' concerns about the traffic and the access to parking for the original 8 developments. Adding 2 more or 3 more residences in according with the R8 zoning would be worsening this situation even more. A developer who said he was in negotiation with the current owner to buy the southern lot talked about 14 to 20 extra parking spaces, which of course would not make sense for the 2 townhouses he was proposing to build there. Only makes sense to lease those to the original 8 residences. And it would be first, there is no precedent for an R8 zoned lot on a side street of the R8 zoning area as it is today. None of the R8 zoned lots are an interior lot on a side street. I think the only thing that to me would satisfy me is that this lot would remain undeveloped and be a common area, park area, which I think would help to sell the residences that have been built. As far as we can tell, only 2 are occupied and 1 more has sold. 5 others are still unsold, and the parking concern is definitely a factor in why these residences haven't sold, as we in the very beginning proposed to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Simons, for your comments in the history. I want to just ask respectfully if there's any other comments. Just don't be repetitive. If you just echo Mr. Simons, just let me know. But I'll see if there's any other public comment with that. Mr. Thomas Saracino. Go ahead, please, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Thomas Saracino. My company is Rock Building Company. I'm a custom home builder, and I live in Oakland Township. Our interest in this property is we entered into a purchase agreement to purchase this property. During our due diligence period, we virtually appeared before the planning board and had a discussion on it. And it sounded like there was an opportunity to do a 2-unit building there at the time. Now, I know the planning division has done some research on it. There are some things that, and I did speak with Mr. Cowan about it a couple of times. And when we spoke, he did say that just because there's only 1 parcel that is addressed on Watkins is kind of a little bit of an unfair situation. It didn't change their recommendations, but I would like to have an opportunity to discuss that if possible. There are actually 4 parcels that are within 300 feet of the parcel that we were trying to purchase, which is not a parcel yet. It would be a parcel with a split. Those, as you saw a little while ago when Mr. Cowan had the map on the board, the piece on the corner of Watkins and Brown, I believe it's 525 Watkins, actually consists of 2 pieces, two lots that were both 60 feet wide. They faced Brown Road. At some time ago, and Mr. Cowan didn't have any answers on it, they created 1 piece out of it, and it was only 40 feet of the westerly piece that was adjoined to the 60 feet to make the 100-foot wide piece. Directly to the east of that piece, there are 2 more lots that are 60-foot wide, which is comparable to the size of the property that we're looking at in width. The property that we're looking at square footage wise, and I know this may not be relevant, but square footage wise is actually more than the 100-foot wide one. and almost double the ones that are 60-foot wide. We think that it's a reasonable piece to make a nice buffer between the R2 zoning and the large building that's on the corner. From our standpoint, like I said, we have a small group. Our partner is a Birmingham resident, and he also has business in Birmingham. So I'm not like a total outsider coming in. Like I say, he's a Birmingham resident for several years and has business in Birmingham for several years. For us, the only outcome that helps us is if this piece remains R8 and they approve a 2-unit building. The 2-unit building will be a very high-end custom building. I have built several custom homes in Birmingham, and they've all been very attractive homes. The building will be much more looking like a single-family home rather than what you see on the corner there. It won't even have those type of elevations. It'll be something that will be 40 foot in width, and the 2 units each will be 20 foot in width, which is pretty close to the size of the individual ones there, but there will only be 2. There won't be 8, obviously. I don't think they'll be quite as deep as that, and to satisfy, I know the neighbor that's on that lot number 2 that faces Southfield is very concerned about having a huge parking lot back there. That's not the case. I think there's a misunderstanding. When we were in the meeting of the planning board on January 27th, I said the off-street parking could be as many as 14 to 20, which would be 2 rear entry garages similar to the other units that are on either facing Brown Road. So 2 cars in the garage, 2 cars on the drive pad behind that, and maybe 3 or 4 cars that could park on a driveway going down either side of the building. And that would equate about 7 cars per unit, which would be 14 cars. And that would alleviate any units parking in the street. They wouldn't, unless they had some sort of a big shindig where people should be using the parking garages. But if they have guests over, there's plenty of room for parking in the driveways and in the parking pads. There's no parking lot in the back. They would be built very similar to 0 lot line single family homes. Going to, I don't know if I just brought this up, but going to the east, there are 2 more 60-foot lots. And as you travel further east on Brown Road, which is all the R8, there are 50-foot lots, there are 40-foot lots. So the R8 zoning is kind of sporadic, and most of it consists of 60-foot. Even the unit next to us, would be the adjacent unit that we're being split from, that frontage of 202 feet was made up of 4 parcels, 4 individual lots that totaled an average of 50.5 feet each. So, yeah, I think that it's a little unreasonable to just allow it to be balanced off of the one house that has 100 foot of frontage. I'm asking you to reconsider. For our position, obviously we've got some money into this. We're trying to purchase it. We've done our due diligence. When we discovered the property for sale, my business partner here, we were actually looking for a single family lot for him because he's going to build another house in Birmingham. And he looked at it, and when I went and looked at it, they had a new sign up that said up to 10,000 square foot building. And I looked at it and I said that it must have a different zoning. It can't be an R1, R2, or R3. So I looked into it. I discovered the zoning was R8. So we thought that the zoning would remain. We thought it was actually a split parcel at the time. We did our due diligence. We found out a little bit differently. But we've got an investment in it. We would appreciate the consideration of the commission. We really would love to do a beautiful two-family unit there and make it something that's very in keeping with the prestige of Birmingham.
Thank you, Mr. Saraceno.
If there's anybody that has any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. We'll get back with you with some questions from the commissioners at the right time.
Okay.
I'd like to hear more from the public. We have Mr. Michael's iPad. Could you please state your name, a full name for the record and your address? Michael's iPad.
Yeah, Michael Tyransky. I'm at 550 Watkins, which is the property directly next door to the lot, just south of it, obviously. So I guess, I'd reiterate, what my neighbor guy across the street said. I won't repeat anything he says, but I've just been here a year. And certainly, and living here for a little while, and it's a quaint neighborhood with some issues already going on in the neighborhood. One at the corner of Frank and Watkins on the other side of our block. I think that at the end of the day, it sounds to me like there was a lot of uncertainty with phase 2, the empty lot to begin with. And phase 1 is already tight as can be. I just think, we're already having a problem with phase 1. I just think that we'll just be, if we go ahead with a duplex or, 2 or 3 units at phase 2, we're just compounding a problem that already exists. That sounds to me that, again, it sounds to me like, you approve phase 1 with the idea we'd get to phase 2 later, but nobody really knew what phase 2 was. And I knew walking the neighborhood before, all the neighbors had these signs out that said bait and switch. And it sounds, like that's an accurate statement. But I guess I would just reiterate, phase 1, or there was already a lot of uncertainty with this lot, and again, putting 2 units there already compounds a current problem with phase 1 that we can't do a thing about. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Andrew Haig, go ahead, please state your name for the record and go ahead with your comment or question.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Haig, Birmingham, Michigan. I was just listening to how it was described by Mr. Saraceno, and I've been looking at the site plans. So to understand it, to try and get it correctly, because I'm not an expert on zoning, we have a 60-foot wide lot. According to the plans, there are approximately 7 feet of setback required on either side. He's proposing 2 20-foot wide residences side by side with a shared common wall, if I've understood it correctly. So that means to get the 14 to 20 car parking, which just on square footage, that's 15% lot coverage just for parking by itself. And I believe we have a limit of 60%. So we're going to have 2 driveways go down each side. So anyone parking in the driveway is blocking ingress and egress for anyone at the back. We have 2 20-foot wide lots. The average turning radius of a car is 35 feet. So how do you turn into your own garage without driving onto the other person's property is one question. The mathematics and the physics are not making sense. To say there won't be a large paved area at the back, well, I've got to say, go take a look at a lot of the custom homes around here that have rear entry garages and see exactly how much of the rear is actually taken up by a turning circle to allow the cars to park in garages. It takes up most of the lot. I don't understand the physics of this. 2 20-foot wide residences are supposed to be very high end. How? How do you get cars in? Where do they park? How are you meeting lot coverage requirements? It doesn't make sense. 10,000 square feet is actually not much bigger than a decent sized Birmingham lot for a single family home. Now I could see a single family home here, but anything more than that, the numbers don't make sense. They just don't add up to something that's logical. And with that many parking spots, it seems counterintuitive that that's all it's going to be. Something doesn't feel right with the plan. I think we'd need to physically see plans from Mr. Saraceno before this could even go any further. So it's just, the numbers don't make sense. I'm sorry. They just don't add up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. Any other public comment, questions? Mr. Reagan?
Yes, thank you. A number of years ago, there were discussions with the city about Brown. And those discussions were about condominiums coming to the south side of Brown. At the time, Brown was zoned primarily R3, up and down. The Central Birmingham Residents Association met with a variety of developers who assured us tasteful luxury townhomes would be built. We articulated our position to the city. We've met with numerous neighbors, not only those that are involved tonight, but all up and down Brown. Brown was to be the Maginot Line, where condominiums stopped. Here we have the example which we feared might be proposed, and that is to extend condominiums now down the side street, which is Watkins. This is something that we had at the time. This is about 7 years ago. This is what we had spoken about. We did not want to see multifamily attached creeping into what are primarily single family homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Okay. Commissioner Nikita, you have your hand up? Commissioner Baller?
Yeah.
Or everybody's scratching their head. I'm not sure.
I have my hand.
Okay.
I'm confused because the report says that the petitioner is amenable either to conditions of approval that require a lot to only be developed in accordance with the R2 single family zoning standards. And the staff is recommending that we tell them to go to the planning board and request a rezoning to R2. But I just think I heard the petitioner, assuming he was the petitioner, tell us that the only type of structure he would consider there is 2 attached single-family dwellings. So if the staff could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it.
I can clarify that. Mr. Saraceno is a person who is interested in purchasing the lot if it is split within R8. We actually haven't heard from the actual applicants. It was just in speaking with them, they had indicated they would like to expedite the process, and we're amenable to terms of the lot split if it were with the condition that only be developed under the R2 conditions. For them, that would make the process faster than going to the planning board for rezoning to R2. And again, the planning division's recommendation is that the hearing be canceled, and if the applicant wants to pursue the lot split, that they apply for a rezoning to R2. That enables them to meet the lot split requirements of the municipal code.
Okay. Mayor, I would just make the comment that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, Commissioner Sherman?
One of the residents had mentioned the signs that went up a number of years ago regarding bait and switch. And I recall that, and I was trying to remember exactly what was going on and what was proposed. I remember that the developer came back and requested changes to the proposal after those same changes had been denied on the get-go. Do we have any? I mean, none of that information was in the packet. So what was proposed at that time, and what is that what's going on right now? Is that the same thing that they're asking for right now?
Shannon, do you want to handle this
Or
one?
better yet, I'd like that information before we make a decision. I think that's pretty relevant that if this has already been dealt with and the residents were made promises that development was going to be a certain way, I think that from the standpoint of consistency, we should know what was actually promised to be done and follow through on that.
Jen, Ms. Acker, you want to add to that? But I just want to note that I do believe the petitioner, Mr. Brokovich, Christopher, is with us. If Commissioner, you have a direct question for him. But Ms. Acker, go ahead. Would you like to add on that?
Well, I just wanted to say, Commissioner Sherman, we would be happy to provide you with detailed information on the various iterations of plans that were discussed several years ago. I can't recall the exact particulars, but I do know it did go back and forth. There was a single family, there was maybe we'll do a couple of attached single family, and there was concern in the neighborhood that they were changing their mind and they hadn't figured out what exactly they were going to do. But there was not, as far as I can recall, there was never a plan with a specific development planned for this particular portion of the lot.
Because my recollection was there was no plan. Quite the contrary, this was either going to be common area or it was going to be a single family without having multiples on this lot. But I don't remember which one it was, and I'd rather have that information before making any type of decision here. I'd be inclined to just deny the lot split and let's without that information.
I'd like to give the floor to the petitioner, Mr. Brokovich. Can you go ahead? I missed your hand was raised. Go ahead with your comment, Mr. Brokovich, or if you'd like to add more things that you'd like to clarify.
I just wanted to clarify, there's a little bit of confusion. So when we originally proposed to do the 8 units, we left this back portion as undeveloped or undesigned. And there was 4 reasons. One was that we were unsure what we were going to be required to have for guest parking. And we didn't know if we were going to have to cut into this to be additional guest parking. We were unsure about the width of the driveway in the back, how wide it was going to be required for that. And then we were also unsure of the front yard setback in front of the building and what the planning commission was going to allow for that. So we didn't want to plan for anything until we had that figured out. Plus, we also knew that we were going to have a 2-year construction period, and we were going to need that property for storage and parking and things like that. So as a year after we started construction, we decided, well, let's try to do 2 more townhouses, which we knew was going to require a variance. And when we proposed it, the neighbors were very resistant to that. And so that's why we withdrew that idea. And then we decided to just put the property on the market for sale once we were done using it for staging. And then this buyer came along and said, that they wanted to purchase the property. They originally told us that it was going to be used for somebody's single family home. And so that's why we went under contract. We thought it was already split. And so we went and filed this application in order to get it split. And that's kind of where we're at today. So I guess we're asking for an R8 because our buyer is looking for an R8. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
We don't have a resolution for our 8 in our package. I mean, we're still in the public hearing is open. What we have in front of us is either deny the lot split or pretty much indirectly to either cancel the public hearing and direct to the rezoning, or we accept the rezoning with the condition of a single family zone. That's why certain commissioners are hesitant, or I should say, trying to clarify where did that R8 come from. And the question to you, Jenna or Mr. Cohen, or Mrs. Ecker is, if we deny the lot split tonight, just for the sake of clarity, so we can continue the discussion and I'd like to close the public hearing soon, it is, if we deny the lot split right now, this lot will remain vacant. They cannot do anything on it. Am I correct or wrong on that?
Correct. They've maxed out the number of units that can go on it.
So in order for whether the buyer or the petitioner, if the sale of the property did not go, and this is not for us to determine, that's onto them, is if we don't do the split is so important, is to achieve a single family home. Otherwise, you cannot build a single family home without the lot split to begin with. Am I correct?
The area would have to be zoned R2 single family in order to meet the lot split requirements.
Correct. So what I meant, either or, that means they have to achieve that R2 in order for the lot to be split in order to build a single family home.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that all of us, before we move forward, that we are really an understanding of what we're facing here to make a wise decision. I'll leave it up to the commissioners. Even the public hearings are open. I see some also public hands still risen. The question is, I have to ask myself to make a wise decision. Is, would I rather see an empty lot, or would we really rather see a single family home that really would be a buffer between the big building and the small homes? And our issues has been in the past is really combining lots to avoid big homes. But now we have an applicant that would like to split the lot and achieve a single home. And that's really it's always been our target and our vision in the city of Birmingham. But with that, I'd like to give it to the public for a second, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner. Miss Maria Van Hees, please, just if you echoed previous comments, just don't be repetitive, but I'll give you the floor to ask a question or to comment. Miss Van Hees, Maria?
Yeah, I, in addition to what our neighbors have said, when we purchased our home, the plans were for this, the townhomes, and we were walked over and told that there would be a single family home on Watkins at that time. And so we did purchase the home with that understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hees, for your comment. That's what I'm trying to get to. I mean, I don't believe the public here, and I'm not going to speak for the public. You're not objecting. Again, I just want to be clear. Are we objecting for a single home? That's the question for the public. But I'm not certain if that's what you're objecting here. I'll give the comment to, I think everybody already spoke that I see the hands. Please, I mean, I want to really close the public hearing and unless you have something really small to add.
Wendy Z.
But I didn't give the floor to Miss Wendy Z. Please go ahead. You're the only person that did not speak.
Thank you. Wendy Zabriskie, 587 Watkins, so about 4 houses down on the other side of the street. I believe, Commissioner Sherman, you're on the right track in that you should go back and find the minutes from when this project was approved, because I believe in the minutes there will be a statement by the developer that says something along that you'll end up with a $2 or $3 million beautiful home built on that lot. Okay. And so That was, again, I can't speak for the commissioners, but the commissioners made a decision at that time to approve an 8-unit development. And as the planning department has said tonight, that lot, that R8 lot is maxed out at those 8 units. So now the question I would ask the commissioners, for those who were in the room and made the decision several years ago, is had a 10-unit development been presented to you, would you have approved that development? And I won't speak for you, but I suspect that that would have met more resistance because there was already a view that this was being crammed onto this lot. And I won't repeat the traffic, parking, ingress, egress issues that are there. So I do think so. And then Mayor Boutros, I think the issue that you're asking is that I think the residents would, do want this to remain single family. But what you're presented with today is that the lot split, if you approve the lot split tonight, you're approving the lot split with an R8 zoning designation. And I think the planning department's recommendation is cause the applicant to go through the rezoning process, get that piece rezoned R2, and then seek the lot split approval. Maybe they can do it simultaneously. That's, planning department can walk you through that. But I think that is the way you need to do it. And I think if you go back to the history, there are statements that are made that, we will get a $2 or $3 million single family home built on that parcel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Z. I want to allow few seconds, please, for the people who already spoke. But Ms. Z, also, we do have resolution number 2 kind of satisfied what you're asking, which is a single family zone with the standard of R2. So with that, Mr. Saracino, would you like to add something? Please be precise.
Yes, I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you giving me a chance to clarify something. I wanted to respond to something that Mr. Brockovich said, just to make sure it's clear. I have built many homes in Birmingham. I have a very pristine reputation with the customers I've built homes for. I have a very good reputation with the building department. We would never do anything underhanded and deceive somebody in saying that we were going to build one home there, a single family home there. I did mention that my business partner, who lives in Birmingham and is building a new home in Birmingham, we were looking at property. He saw that piece and asked me to take a look at it. I went down and looked at it, and from the minute I saw the sign in front of it, and the house was on the market, I checked the zoning, because I knew that you couldn't build a home with that big of a footprint on that property. I checked the zoning. It was R8. We made an offer at that time to purchase that property. We would never do anything to deceive that seller or the public, and I just want to clarify that because that's very important to me. Now, chances are it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get our 2-unit building that we wanted to build, and I understand that. But again, this was very important to me to get a chance to speak again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saracino. Mr. Brockovich, would you like to add another second comment, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Would you guys be amenable to splitting it with an R2 only?
That's what we're discussing, Mr. Brockovich. Right now, we have a couple 4 resolutions in front of us, and number 2 is what you're asking for, but we cannot tell you right now till we have a final discussion and clarification on how we want to move forward, and if that's what the majority of the commissioner desire to do so, we'll be more than happy to entertain a resolution to do so, but we can't answer that question at the time being.
Okay.
Okay. With that, we still have Mr. Guy Simons. You have another comment?
Yes. Is it appropriate to ask Ms. Eckert whether the corner lot side setback standard should have applied to the 8 residences that have already been built. They have a 10 feet setback from Watkins, according to 4.61 SB02. It should be the same as the houses on Watkins, which would require a 25-foot setback.
This was actually quite a complex question when it was reviewed at the time that the development was being proposed, and there was lengthy discussion between the building official, the planning department, and the city attorney. And the way that the development, because the way that the ordinance is written, it deals with where's the front, where's the side, where are the rear. And this was built in accordance with the interpretation that was made of the zoning ordinance at the time.
So it was not considered a corner lot, even though there's 2 corners here.
It was there, like I said, there was a whole lot of discussion, and we could pull up that interpretation and provide that if you're interested. Give me a call and we can get that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. Mr. Haig, go ahead with your comment, please.
Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Mayor. A question to maybe either Jana or Brooks that they may be able to help. So the original development with the 8 properties was zoned R8 on the condition of the entire square footage of the combined parcels, if I've understood this correctly, which means that if this portion is divided off, be it as an R2 or anything else, then the existing parcel, which still has vacant homes in it, is no longer compliant with R8. You would have to demolish 2 properties. Is that what I've understood by this R8 and the entire parcel size? Because that's, maybe I'm just not understanding, because this isn't my field. Just listening to how it's described, it required the entire parcel to make the 8 condos today. And that left this land as, call it surplus, because that was the square footage required to support 8 properties. So to add 2 more, everything is non-compliant.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. I'll let Mr. Cohen's answer your question. I'll let him answer your questions. Go ahead.
The R8 zone has a maximum of 8 single-family attached units, and each unit has a minimum of 3,000 square feet. So 8 times 3,000 is 24,000, and the resulting parcel would be 25,000 square feet. So they would still meet the minimum area per unit for all 8 units. So the resulting parcel would still satisfy the R8 zone requirements for that, for number of units and area.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. All right. I don't see any other public comments. I'd like to bring it back to the commissioners before I close the public hearing. Mr. Bloom, did I miss you?
No, I just raised my hand. Thank you. It sounds like the neighbors have a lot of legitimate concerns, and Mr. Haig brings up some really interesting things. If there's something that can be done with the property that doesn't screw things up for the neighborhood or for making things uncompliant, I've met Tom a few times before. I've seen his work. As far as builders in Birmingham go, I think he does quality work, and I think he's a gentleman. So I just wanted to vouch for my interactions with him, because I think we need quality developers in Birmingham. I'm not commenting on whether this is a good project or not. I just wanted to comment on Tom personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Commissioner Host.
I want to thank Commissioner Sherman for asking Brooks and Jana for the information, because I actually didn't follow this when the signs were out, bait and switch. The point being, it would be nice to have that background. Though I have been led to believe that the site plan that was approved, the final site plan that was approved by the planning board, in a sense, has been changed, and as such, that is a problem. I just make that comment. And okay. I also want to say, we ought to be doing what the neighbors want us to do, because they live with us and we live with them, and that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
We close the public hearing, by the way?
I have not yet.
So why don't we close the public hearing and get a motion on the table?
Okay, before I do that, commissioners, any other questions to Jenna and or Mr. Collins? Okay. Public hearing closed. Commissioners. Commissioner Hoff? Oh, Commissioner.
Well, I was going to make a motion.
Okay.
And the motion that I was going to make is, after hearing everything that has been said and reading the planning department recommendation, that is the motion that I would make: to cancel the public hearing and direct the applicant to pursue a rezoning of the subject property to R2 single family in order to meet the lot split requirements of the municipal code. That's my motion.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Baller. Any comment by the commissioners on the motion? Commissioner Sherman.
Just for clarification, if Ms. Kuchera could respond, difference between canceling the public hearing and denying the lot split.
Canceling the public hearing would have been that you would not have entertained the public hearing. However, when the public's already present and ready to speak, the direction to now pursue the rezoning, the public hearing has already occurred. So now I think the direction is for the applicant to pursue rezoning of the subject property to the R2 single family zone, and therefore you're not taking action on the lot split itself.
Which is number 2, Ms. Kuchera?
No. Number 2 would be that you are approving the lot split with the condition. Now the public hearing has already occurred. Public was here, the commission heard it. Now the motion then would be to direct the applicant to pursue a rezoning of subject to R2 single family zoning.
Oh, I see. Does that satisfy Commissioner Hoff, what you're trying to accomplish?
Well, no, I want to ask the question then. We would not consider either of the ones that suggest approving the lot split, but what about denying the lot split? If we deny the lot split this time, what are the repercussions then? Can they pursue rezoning? I'm asking Ms. Kucharik that. If we deny the lot split.
Ms. Ecker had her hand.
Whomever you would like to answer, either Ms. Ecker or myself.
Ms. Ecker, go ahead.
I was just going to state that if you deny the lot split right now, then that denial will stand and they can't come back and reapply for a lot split should they be able to get the rezoning approved to R2. They wouldn't be able to come back for at least a year unless they make a significant change to the proposal, which there isn't likely to be a significant change to the lot split because that proposal does not include any details of the type of development.
Okay.
So if you turn it down now, it's denied for 1 year minimum.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Isn't the significant change the changing of the zoning from R8 to R2?
It could be construed. That's true. You're right.
Yeah, the city attorney is vigorously shaking her head yes.
That's what I was going to say is that the decision you make stands unless there's a significant change in circumstance. However, it would still seem more reasonable that to simply direct the applicant to pursue a rezoning and then come back for their lot split.
Okay, Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
In that case, my motion stands. I'm going to leave it that way. We have to take out the first part to cancel the public hearing.
Correct.
And let's begin the motion. Suggested action to direct the applicant to pursue a rezoning of the subject property to R2 single family in order to meet the lot split requirements of the municipal code. That will be my motion.
And our attorney, Ms. Kuchera, gave you thumbs up, so that's how the correct way. So do we have any second on that?
Second.
Commissioner Host?
Yeah, though I thought Commissioner Baller ought to be able to second it if he wanted to.
Mr. Beller already seconded it.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. So, Commissioner Baller, are you seconding it?
Whatever the appropriate procedure is for withdrawing the original second, withdrawing the original motion, making the new motion. I'll second the new motion.
I like that. All right. We're all following the right procedures here. Okay, we have a motion and second. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? By the public? On the motion, please? Seeing none, will the clerk please?
Excuse me,
Oh,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Sherman.
I would just point out that we did something very similar with the what was Franklin Bank and Mountain King, as far as not making a decision on a rezone in that case, or lot combination. So I think we're being consistent across property here.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, Commissioner Host?
You know, I thought what Mr. Simon said and Mr. Reagan, the point being, by design, the south side of Brown is can be these type of units, but not on any side street. This is called intrusion into the neighborhood, and as such, I will always vote against any significant zoning changes that don't comply with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Commissioner Host. With that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Goff,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long is recused, Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to wait for Mayor Pro Tem to come back so I can proceed with item D under new business. Here she is. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Item D, I'd like to open a public hearing for 353 and 385 Fairfax, which is a lot combination ask. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Coens.
Hey again, everyone. As you said, the applicant and owner of 385 and 353 Fairfax is applying for a lot combination. They want to be able to expand their side yard and conduct an expansion to their home into the 353 property. So lot combinations have 6 requirements that have to be met for approval. And this applicant doesn't meet requirements 1, 2, 3, and in my opinion, requirement 4. So again, the planning division is recommending that the public hearing be canceled. However, Mary, if I need to reword that recommendation, please let me know. The planning division stance is that there is a way for the applicants to expand their house and their property while meeting all of the zoning ordinance and all of the lot combination requirements. So I'm going to do a screen share to pull up the property. So the applicant owns this house and they want to do an expansion of their home into 353. For requirement 1 of lot combinations, a major part of it is you have to meet the zoning ordinance. And so we have a distance between structures requirement. That means that 25% of your lot width, whatever that value is, you have to be that distance from your neighboring structure on both sides. So right now, the applicant meets distance between with his 80-foot lot, but in expanding to a 159-foot lot, the distance between structure value increases to 39.9 feet, but he only has, or they only have 31.2 feet, so they're short 8.7 feet for distance between structures, and that's a zoning ordinance requirement. So they would have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for that. That's not a condition in lot combinations that City Commission can do a condition or an exemption for. Requirement 2 is that the resulting lot width cannot be more than 2 times the average within 300 feet. And on this case, the applicant is over 2 times the average by 1.5 feet. So they don't meet number 2. For number 3, you can't be more than 2 times the average within 300 feet for the lot area. And in this case, they exceed 2 times the average area by 607 feet. And so today, the applicant wanted to discuss either an exemption or special conditions for requirements number 2 and 3. Essentially, the municipal code allows commission to waive some requirements if enforcing it is too much of a hardship. And if city commission is not willing to do that, then the applicant has stated that they've spoken with their neighbor to the south, and that in order to meet the lot width and the lot area, they would have to deed or sell the southern 3 feet to their neighbor, which they're willing to do. But what they want to know tonight is if city commission is willing to do an exception, or if they want them to do the 3-foot deed to their neighbor, because to meet number 1 for distance between, to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals, they have to know their resulting lot width. So it would be either 156 approximately, or it would be 159. The Planning Division's recommendation is that we allow the applicant to work it out with his neighbor and do the 3 feet deed or sell that. And he come back with the lot split on top of lot combination. We would just call it a lot realignment. And that he takes that 156 feet proposal to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So, however, the Planning Division's recommendation for canceling the public hearing and directing them to meet the ordinance is that the applicant can still expand to a 125-foot lot and meet the zoning ordinance for distance between structures. And so that's what I'm recommending. But in talking with him after the agenda, the applicant wants to take their chance with the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they'd like to apply and shoot their shot. And so, speaking with the applicant, the Planning Division recommends that this combination be postponed, but that commission give direction to the applicant on whether he should work a deal up for that 3 feet with his neighbor, or if they're willing to do an exemption for 1.5 feet and the 607 square foot area. So a couple variables here. Tried to explain it as best I could, but let me know if you have questions on that too.
Mr. Chair, but before we move forward and go on, we don't want to be in the same position if we're going to cancel the public hearing is to pursue all this explanation and back and forth questions and clarification. Should we proceed, then we need to change the language of the resolution.
No, I believe that you have the language of the resolution, which would be number 2, if what I'm hearing is correct, regarding the applicant's preference. So you would open the public hearing, determine if you're going to cancel it, and then the applicant then is free to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And you are not postponing. A postponement would be to a date certain to the next. You're just canceling the public hearing, and it'll be brought back before the commission when the time is right.
Okay. Commissioner Host?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion for number 2, but before I do, I want you to know, when I moved into my house a couple blocks away from this gentleman, 1985, we appeared in front of the BZA, and I think it was Robert McMullen who was the head of it. And before I spoke, he said, there's never been a variance in the history of Corton Lake Estates. So I'm more than happy to listen to you, Mr. Host, but there's never been one. And my question is to the staff, is that true to this day, or has there been a variance since 1985? Just one.
That was before I was born. I spoke with speaking with the applicant, he's very polite. I said, this is going to be a really difficult ploy. However, they want to shoot their shot and take their chance. And if they get turned down at the BZA, then they'll they'll have to make an amendment on their lot size, so.
Well, thank you, Brooks. I'd like to make a resolution to cancel the public hearing and direct the applicant to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and pursue a variance for distance between structures. A public hearing will be reset if the applicant successfully obtains the necessary variance.
Any second? Are you seconding it, Mrs. Sherman?
I will second it. But
Okay.
I would just also mention that I'm not sure how they're going to get around item number 4. With every other property being built the way it is in that general area, you've got a rhythm in this area. And having a double lot, or effectively a double lot, will interfere with that rhythm. So even if they get through the Board of Zoning, there's no guarantee they're going to get the lot combination.
Commissioner Hoff.
Having been a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals, I know that a variance is often based, a question is asked, is it a self-imposed
hardship
condition? And in this case, it would be. So I think getting a variance is very difficult. I certainly can support this motion if this is what the petitioner wants. I would be inclined to go with the first motion because I think getting a variance, it's up to them if they want to try. But I think, and also as Commissioner Sherman said, they're in violation of some of the other conditions here. So my personal feeling is to request that they amend their proposal to meet all the requirements of the lot combination. That would be, but if everyone else wants to send them to the Board of Zoning Appeals and that's what these people want to do, I would support that. But I think they have a better chance moving forward with the first proposal than to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for the it's the variance for the distance between residences.
Commissioner Sherman.
Do we really care what they do? Aren't we really just canceling the public hearing? And then they can choose whichever path they take?
Okay.
I mean, it seems to me that's all we want to do is we just want to cancel the public hearing. So maybe we should amend, change the motion to just cancel the public hearing. Let them do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, I was about to say, Commissioner Sherman, though, if Commissioner Host leave the motion as it is, then they are required to go to the BZA unless they just say specifically cancel the public hearing and not add to it. Am I correct on that, Ms. Kuchera?
Yes, you could amend it to just cancel the public hearing and then they can take the avenue they choose.
Then they can do either or, as Commissioner Sherman stated.
Correct.
Yeah.
However, I think you heard staff say that it was their intent, but again, it's up to them to choose their path.
Well, before we retract this motion, we have a motion and second. Let me hear from the public. I have Commissioner Baller. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say that we seem to be focusing on the petitioner's choices, and we have more choices than they have, and this is really our choice, I think. And because if ultimately we don't think a lot combination is appropriate for this spot, that is an option that we have. We may not want to exercise that option right now. In other words, we may not want to tell the applicant we're not interested in this. But I think it needs to be explicit that is one of the options, to just reject the whole thing and say we're not interested in seeing a lot combination on this lot.
Commissioner Nikita wanted to say something?
I just wanted, I guess, concurring with a number of comments, and I think it's important to recognize, and maybe just for the dialogue here, so the applicant can understand sort of where we have gone and what are the guidelines for these kinds of things. Of course, we have these items that we have to address, and there's been discussion about 1, 2, and 3, and item 4 wasn't even mentioned, but item 4 to me is one of the more striking ones, as Commissioner Sherman mentioned. It appears to me very clear that it is directly in conflict with item 4, the proposal or the recommendation or the suggestion that the applicant has. I don't see how item 4 gets addressed at all. And it's very, very clear, as in some of the lot combinations, lot splits and combinations that we've looked at have a variety of different conditions, so that it's not blatantly clear where the pattern of the development in the neighborhood is. This one is pretty black and white. Almost all of the adjacent parcels within that whole area are pretty consistent. This is dramatically different in the middle of the block. So this is a blatant deviation from the essence of the neighborhood. Item 4 particularly, I think, is a very definitive issue. And of course, one of the key components when we make any decision like this is setting a precedent. And because once you set it here, then obviously it's looked at as an option going forward for other potential parcels. So I have issues with 1, 2, and 3, but I would obviously, and they don't align with our guidelines. But number 4 also is a strong problem, in my opinion.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Nikita. Commissioner Host?
I made the resolution with the thought that what was said to us by our council and planning department was what the applicant wanted. If there's any chance that he or she may change their mind, maybe we should just cancel the public hearing.
Yeah. Before you do that, Commissioner Host, let me hear from I'm not sure if that's the applicant or a representative or a neighbor. Patrick Dykey, go ahead with your comment. Please present your name and your address for the record.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Dyke. I'm the residential designer of record. David Ruby, the owner, is also present. And forgive me for my ignorance. I haven't participated in a meeting of this nature before. But one of the questions I had globally, is it appropriate for the commissioners to address items 1, 2, and 3 and provide conditional approval based on if we get the variance from the BZA, or is it standard protocol to send us to the BZA and then come back? And that's so that we can isolate the 3 items. I think my client's concern is if we're able to go to the BZA and satisfy them, and then we come back, there may be some stumbling blocks with the commissioners that get addressed. And I don't know if it's the appropriate time to address those items tonight.
Ask the staff to respond.
Ms. Ecker, would you like to respond to that?
Well, I think the commission has done it both ways. However, in my experience, it's only been when there's been maybe one element that hasn't been met, and maybe you would consider discussing a waiver in that circumstance. In this case, there's 3 or 4, so there's a lot of issues here, and it's up to you how you wish to proceed. You could proceed with having the discussion on the waivers, but I haven't seen the commission approve a lot combination that would require this many waivers previously.
I believe with item 2, if the client is amenable to parceling, selling, donating a portion of the property to satisfy the area, it would also satisfy condition 1 at the same time. Is that correct? It's not.
No.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I hate to be a stickler, but we can't have it both ways. We're either going to have a public hearing where the
Or we're not.
public is heard, or we're not.
Okay. So,
So there is a
any-
motion. So there's
a-
public comment yet to have, but there is a motion on the table. It can fail, and then there can be another motion, or not. So I'm sorry. I just had to say that.
You got it. Thank you. Any comment on the motion itself from the public? Ms. McGregor, do you have a comment on the motion? Gail McGregor. Can you unmute her? How about we'll move to David and then we'll try. Ms. McGregor, we're having difficulties unmuting you, or unless you can unmute yourself. Here we go. David, could please state your last name?
David Ruby.
Oh, sure. Mr. Ruby, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks. How are you, Mayor?
Good, very well. Go ahead with your comment on the motion, as we have a motion to cancel the public hearing and to direct you to the Board of Zoning Appeal, the applicant.
Right. I would just like some clarity around point 4, because I know we can satisfy 2 and 3. That's math. And I know there's some precedent at 1680 South Bates where the commission has made some exceptions on, I believe it was point 3. And so those are easy points to solve. And I know 1, we need a variance, but 4, Commissioner Nikita seemed to highlight, as well as Commissioner Sherman. And I would like to understand a little bit further where the pain points is with point 4, because when I look at the Corton Lake neighborhood, I see double lots throughout it. I see a double lot within 500 feet of our proposal at 385. A lot on the corner of Pine and Suffield. And so I'm not so sure that our proposal is is inconsistent with the rhythm of the neighborhood. And so I'd like to further understand where the commissioners, how they, where they feel that inconsistency lies. And so, if we can solve 2 and 3 easily with either math or deeding or selling, footage to our neighbor on the south, and we can get a variance from the BZA, we solve 1, 2, and 3 pretty easily. And so really, the only one that I see is a bit gray is point 4. And, I would just like a little bit more feedback on how our proposal is inconsistent with that ordinance.
Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, may I suggest that our planning director, sorry to put you on the spot, review the history of why we decided a few years ago now, to review lot combinations at the commission level. Maybe the history that lot combinations were permitted by administrative approval for many years, and why the commission decided that it needed to look at them more carefully.
Well, I think you pretty much summed it up, and it basically, the way that it used to work, there was an administrative approval that the building official, I believe, could sign off on a combination of 2 platted lots that were going together if the lot lines were not changing. And so we would routinely see people would come in and they would apply for this approval for those 2 or 3 lots to be put together. And the result would be we would have a large home that would be built, and the neighbors would complain that it was out of character with the neighborhood around it. One instance in particular, there was 3 lots and they fronted on different streets. And so the commission became concerned about this and asked us to add, to make some amendments to the lot combination ordinance and require city commission approval, and also to add some standards for review and consideration. And so that is what we did. And that's why, because we did have concerns from the neighbors that there were properties going up that were so large because of the lot combinations that they did not fit in. They weren't harmonious with the surrounding neighborhood. And that's why we have these requirements here today.
Okay, guys, it seems like we're discussing the public hearing. I don't want to, I want to be respectful of our process. Guys, we do have a motion to cancel the public hearing right now. It seems like we're discussing. Commissioner Nikita,
Yeah,
you
I
have
want to
something to
clarify
add?
the motion. I understand the motion was number one, which was to cancel the public hearing as well as direct the applicant to pursue the rezoning. But then I heard that there was I guess a potential for the motion to be altered and just simply cancel the public hearing and allow the applicant to do to address their concerns however they want. So I guess I want to clarify whether we've revised the motion one way or another at this point, and whether or not that's something that may be of interest at this point.
We have not, Commissioner Nikita, and I believe the best thing to do is to do a roll call on this. If you wish guys not to do this, and then we'll take another motion. It's the simplest thing as this time.
You're gonna try Gail McGregor again? If she wants to talk on the motion.
Ms. McGregor, are you there?
I'm here. Hi, Gail McGregor. I'm with Williams, Ratner, and Plunkett, and we represent the Blooms in their, the Rubies in their application with respect to the lot combination. All I would say is that of the two that you're discussing right now, I prefer the second version of the motion, which leaves the applicant to do what they decide to do after further discussion with ourselves and with staff.
To leave the resolution as is, Ms. McGregor? Is that what you suggest?
No. To modify it to take out the direction to the BZA so that the applicant has the choice whether to go to the BZA or not.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. McGregor. And I'm not sure, sorry about the technical difficulties there, but now we could hear you.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Commissioner Hoff.
How about, I want to make a suggestion that Commissioner Host just revise his motion to cancel the public hearing, period, and then they can do whatever they want. That's what was suggested earlier.
Let's do that. I don't mind also. Commissioner Host, do you want to revise?
I would love to make a motion replacing the one that I made to cancel the public hearing.
And whomever seconded the original motion needs to agree and also likewise amend their second.
I'll amend my second to reflect the revised motion.
Awesome.
And
so we have
my second to the original motion.
We have a motion to clarify, Alex, is just to cancel the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Any comment on the motion itself, commissioners? None.
Ruby.
Mr. David Ruby, you have a comment on the motion itself to cancel the public hearing?
No, I more questions regarding the not about the motion.
Yeah, I deeply apologize, Ruby. As the public hearing, when we cancel it, we cannot discuss it. And I understand you're eager to discuss further, but at this time, we just public hearing get canceled. Commissioner Baller?
Yes, I have a comment on the motion. I will be voting in favor of this motion. Because I agree with Commissioner Nikita and Commissioner Sherman, and I would hate to see the applicant. I don't like to see people barking up trees, and so that's why I'll be supporting it.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Yes. Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Okay, with that, we go to item E, resolution to approve a resolution that the city of Birmingham will be canceling participation in the annual Woodward Dream Cruise event for 2021 due to public health and safety concern attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic and encouraging the promotion of the cancellation of the event by the WDC Inc. to the public. With that, we have our fire chief, Paul Wells. The floor is yours in a second. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
Good evening,
Chief.
Mayor and Commissioners. Appreciate your time. If I could just start with a little backstory here, a little bit of information on my thought on this memo. As of today, just 12 and older of Michigan, 50% of Michigan residents are vaccinated, and that rate is slowing down with the opening of the 12 to 16 age group. It has increased a little bit, but we're not trending to where I think we should be in a couple months when this event happens, when should be at 75, 80% of vaccinated here in Michigan. And then children 12 and under are not yet vaccinated, and they won't be until as early as fall, So that concerns me in having a large event like this. As a lot of you probably have heard, there's been a lot of changes, quick changes. Today, they finally came out in writing for the MDHHS new orders, where they did lift the mask mandates and stop and have no more gathering restrictions starting June 1st. And then they're saying that possibly and most likely on July 1st, all mandates are going to be ended. There's a little possibility, they said they could change that and target certain populations. They're claiming that follows CDC, but I do not agree with what I've seen from the CDC. Just a few days ago, the CDC still has an advisory about not having large events. That's as of 4 days ago when it was updated. They said large public events outside and inside can bring people from different areas together. With the travel time and crossing state lines, people being in the vehicle together with the windows up, air conditioning going, different groups of people from different households can spread COVID if they're not vaccinated. They also talked about, if you look at their plan, that even an outside gathering can have choke points, maybe at sidewalks or at lines for porta-johns or intersections. They said if you're going to do an event, you need to have spaced out areas, you need to have one-way traffic, etc. With the Dream Cruise, you can't regulate that. If the Dream Cruise is a lot of people that comes into our communities, and it's very hard to control. They said that events like that are large should have social distancing as well, even if you're vaccinated or not. So these are some of my concerns. They said at these larger events, COVID safety kind of gets thrown out the window. People start shouting because of noise, especially like a Dream Cruise. It's a loud event, close talking, etc. So even though you're outside, it's safe to be outside. Even if you're not vaccinated, there's new studies are showing that. There's still concern for that. The World Health Organization has a similar advisement. They're saying that large events such as that would fit the profile of the Dream Cruise should not happen. When you look at U of M, I've had the luxury of going to their EOC. That's a huge event that takes lots of planning and practice. They have exits marked. They have safety parameters in place, such as if there's a storm coming in with lightning, they can evacuate. They can put people in safe areas. They have EMS at every entry. They have exits coordinated and entryways. It's a huge event. With the Dream Cruise, every year we have to be very careful and kind of just cross our fingers that we've got good weather, because there's no way of notifying up to 1 million people of, hey, there's a tornado coming, there's high winds coming across. Obviously things have changed with people's phones a little bit more, but that's always been a concern of ours. Just as this meeting today was happening, the CDC has a travel advisory to not go to Japan right now because of their outbreak there. They even said, this is a quote, even fully vaccinated travelers may be at risk for getting COVID and spreading COVID-19. That's from the CDC today. With what's going on in Japan and in India, these variants could circle around, and in a matter of 2.5, 3 months, when we have the Dream Cruise, we could have another outbreak that maybe our vaccines aren't working against as good as they thought. just 5 weeks ago in Michigan, our hospitals were close to 100% capacity. And that has dropped, thankfully. But we could be at another fourth wave here with the sudden change to allowing people to go in unmasked. It's hard to regulate masked people and unmasked people and vaccinated in businesses. My concern is we're going to be overwhelmed again. The hospitals will be, and we could not be able to provide a safe environment. MIOSHA also today came out with the work rules, and we still have to follow those as city employees. We have to still do screening every day. And if someone's having any kind of COVID-like symptoms, which is a big list now, seasonal allergies can come across as COVID, we still have to make sure they get tested before they can be put back at work. So there's a delay in that. It takes up to 2 days to get a PCR test in some cases. I've actually had a fully vaccinated firefighter who got vaccinated in the first wave in December, 34 years old, get COVID, and he was had symptoms and he could have spread it. So luckily we caught that with our screening, and he was off work for a couple of weeks. So there's still that possibility of people getting COVID and spreading it. So as a fire department, as a city, we still have these things in place that has affected our manpower throughout the last 15 months. In 2019, we had 20 additional firefighters on duty. Police had a lot of extra manpower as well. And for the first time ever, we had 4 ambulances in the city, just as a precaution of the influx of people. At one point, all 4 of our ambulances, one was a crew from another fire department, Oakway Department, were all at the hospital at one time. That was pretty concerning. The assistant chief and myself had to handle a 5th medical until that rescue came back, which it worked out very well. We were very fortunate and happy to have that additional rescue. But with COVID still here, my concern is the manpower could be affected if there's variants and we still have some reinfections from our vaccinated personnel. And my other concern is it takes 10 to 15 minutes now longer to decontaminate an ambulance per the state of Michigan with COVID, so we don't spread it to immunocompromised patients. So a lot has changed that I feel is something you should all be aware of, and why I'm still recommending we don't go through with a large backed event. One last thing is, I kind of highlighted this when we talked about lightning and high winds and human elements can also affect a large event like this. We've had a lot of the years where we have heat, high heat at drink crews. People don't realize how far maybe they got or walking, and we have a lot of heat emergencies. And then we also have now, with the last couple of years, more demonstrations and more concerns for an MCI event. So as it is in a normal year, this is the busiest time, most stressful time as a fire chief to make sure we have a safe event. And my concern is I need to have our services available for our residents and not to overextend ourselves. I think we're still going to have an influx of 5,000 to 10,000 people just cruising, using the restaurants, parking decks, walking the streets. But sponsoring the large events we have in the past, I think we need to take baby steps with this, just ease into it, and not just roll into this all at once. I'm not anti-dream cruise. I just feel like I have to tell you that I feel concerned if we overextend ourselves.
Thank you, Chief. Questions, Commissioners, to our Chief. Commissioner Host.
Chief Wells, do you feel that we need to make this decision now, or do you feel that you could afford to wait another month to see what happens? Or what's your feeling? Is the urgency to come out now for just because it's going to be in August, or can we wait?
But one thing with doing it now is you're not leading on vendors and stuff like that, because once people start renting tents or getting sponsors come in here, it's a disservice to them. I think our stance needs to lead the way. I've watched COVID ups and downs for the last 14, 15 months, and we're trending to have another wave. I really think we're going to have another wave, because I don't think enough people are going to get vaccinated. And like I brought up the example of my firefighter, and there's been other firefighters in local departments around us. I think with the variants circling the globe, it's kind of like the flu, how it changes every year. We get we get the booster shots. There's still a lot of unknown. And my advice is just play it safe. We're still going to have a lot of people, everything's opening up. It would be that would be my recommendation for those reasons.
Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, it's good to hear the details and the thinking from the department as to decision making and ideas on what to be concerned about. Part of, I guess, our role here as well is to understand how we fit in the bigger picture, and I guess I have to have a little bit more clarity on that, just so we understand all the parameters. One thing that I understand at the moment is that Dream Cruise is officially, they've made the determination in the last couple of days that the Dream Cruise officially is on from the Dream Cruise organizers. So we know that's in place, and we would be going, obviously against that if we choose to do that. The other question I have is really about other communities. We obviously know all of our communities are integrated on this event along Woodward, and we're directly adjacent to Royal Oak. We're directly adjacent to as a ring of communities going down the Woodward corridor. So I guess I would like to know if there's a unified front on this, because I think it would have an impact on how we deal with it as well as others do. And so to clarify, has there been a decision on the other communities up and down Woodward, Ferndale, obviously Royal Oak, a big one, Huntington Woods, Pleasant Ridge, Bloomfield Hills, what have you? Has there been a determination? Has there been dialogue amongst the communities? Is there uniform thinking? All of that, I think, is important for us to understand, and I don't know where we sit on that. So I'm curious about where all that fits.
We would be the first to officially come out against it, kind of lead the way. I think people are waiting unofficially. I know there's concern between fire and police throughout Woodward corridor of adequately have enough staffing. A lot of departments right now are short-staffed due to the pandemic and retirements and just change. People, our jobs are not as desirable as they used to be. We had paramedic schools and fire academies shut down because of COVID. So there's people retiring, like I said. So unofficially, there's a concern of having it this year, and regardless if we're out of it, we'll probably be in other cities or vice versa, because there's a fluctuation of where the calls go, and we all have mutual aid packs together. But we would be the first, sir, to come out and say that we're not going to be participating in it on a larger scale as in past years.
Commissioner Hoff.
Well, Commissioner Nikita asked what I was going to about the municipalities, what other municipalities are doing, but also whether we participate or not, it's not going to change what goes on Woodward Avenue. Woodward Avenue is good. They're going to Dream Cruise regardless. What this has a greater effect on is the events in Birmingham, like down at the 555 building, the sponsorships and the fundraising. Of course, the more events you have, the car clubs parked on Old Woodward, the more events you have, the more will attract a larger population. But as far as the Dream Cruise goes and Woodward Avenue, there are still going to be just as many cars and lots of people on Woodward. So I think police and fire are going to have to, whether we participate or not, are going to have to take an active part. And I'm sure, Chief Wells, you know that regardless of whether we say we're not a sponsor, we still will have people in Birmingham.
Commissioner, if I could add, I agree we're going to have people in Birmingham, but when we have the Old Woodward with the car clubs and the events there, that's where we get the most calls, and that's where we have the most bottleneck of getting ambulances to the right place, finding where the patients are at. We've hardly ever run on patients that are in the vehicles going up and down Woodward. It's mainly at the parties where people are overextending themselves or possibly intoxicated. That's where our biggest call volume is. Yes, it will still be going on, but like last year, it was still a pretty steady stream of cars and traffic. But the fact that Birmingham opted out, it was a lot more of a normal day.
Yeah, Commissioner Nikita.
I guess it goes to the other question is, did last year, I assume everyone opted out last year. It was a bit of a different circumstance. Is that the case? I was just curious about how last year went, if that was the case. I assume that's the case.
as I recall, there was a shared concern from other communities, and we all came together at the same time. I think one after another. This year, Commissioner Hoff, you wanna?
Yes, no, if I recall correctly, last year, the Dream Cruise organization canceled the Dream Cruise. The organization did. And there were still people on that date driving on Woodward, and there were still people walking around. But I may be wrong, but I think that's what happened. Because last summer, it was much more risky, and I believe the Dream Cruise organization canceled it.
Yeah, the difference, Commissioner Hobb, is to just answer Commissioner Nikita's question. As I recall, we had an effort, a group effort from communities, adjacent communities, that sent letters to us and emails for us to join forces to not to participate. The only difference this year is we're the first people to do so. Mr. Marcus?
Yeah, I'd point out, as I understand it, Bloomfield Township is not sponsoring any events this year. And that's the difference. You're not going to stop, as Commissioner Hoff indicated, that cruising up and down Woodward. I mean, we're already experiencing that, aren't we? And so the difference here is the sponsoring of events. The sponsoring of events attracts more people. If the others proceed to go, and I'm sure some of them will, the attraction will be in the other jurisdictions, which goes to the point the fire chief is making, that there'll be less people here. Your fire chief is concerned about public health, and I agree with him. And I think it's better to be conservative on these issues than it is to roll the dice, so to speak. So I'm on board with what he's recommending. You know, are others going to be upset? Yeah, I would guess the agency that runs this event, they'll be upset because we're pulling the plug on this if in fact that's what the commission does. But, you know, on and off, different communities participate at different levels all the time. So it depends on who they can attract to their particular jurisdiction. So at the end of the day, and you know, the chief was very candid. Both chiefs were very candid that there is a cost associated with not bringing sponsors in because you use the sponsors in part to pay some of the cost. I suspect the cost could be a little less, but we know how Dream Cruise is. You know, you're going to start seeing them. You know, you already have. It'll just keep ramping up until that day, and then a couple days afterwards, it'll keep going. So, from my standpoint, events attract more people. More people creates more concern of a public health nature, as the fire chief explains. That's all.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
So based on the city manager's comments, is what we're being asked to do to just not have events in the city, or to actually strongly encourage the cancellation of Woodward Dream Cruise?
I believe
Can you undo?
Chief, what are you recommending, Chief?
We aren't going to cancel the event, and we're not advocating. And we're not getting.
I mean, part of the resolution here is to encourage the promoting the cancellation of the event.
At the end of the day, we can encourage all we want. Other jurisdictions are going to do what they want to do, as is the overall event.
So this is really asking us to say we're not going to. There's not going to be any officially sanctioned events in the city.
That's the primary, I think, end result of what we're recommending. Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't on talk a minute ago. It was similar language as last year, just kind of lead the way, just because, like I said before, this is a very unregulated event. I feel we could be in a situation where there's still COVID everywhere, variants, and that was my position. I mean,
So, Commissioner Sherman, to answer your question, kind of, this will lead to further, if all communities do what we're doing, it could, and it might be potential of canceling the whole doing, but that's not guaranteed. They can decide to go with or without our participation. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, thank you. It would be nicer if we had statewide public health orders to guide this decision, and it's been declared that we're not going to have those after July 1st. Woodward Dream Cruise Incorporated has already begun publicizing that the event is on. So the practical implications of this motion are regulating what happens in the city by not sponsoring events and not allowing anyone to get a permit for a tent or a canopy or an accessory structure. But I have questions about whether we're also going to try to regulate what people do on private property. Is it also our intent to say you can't park cars in your gas station, you can't hold a private reception in front of your office building that doesn't require a permit or a tent?
No, the changes I made to the resolution last week was just not having like the tents. That's it. Things that we can control. A block party. Part of the problem with getting patients to the hospital is all Woodward is backed up. A lot of the good side streets are. So again, having a block party just hinders our way to getting into the hospital or getting to a call. So just things that require a permit. Block party, tents, that's it. We're not going to enforce. If there was restrictions on private property that all of a sudden said you couldn't have more than 50 people, or like we had before with the orders, that's not our job on private property to enforce that. We wouldn't have an enforcement. It was just mainly things that require a permit.
Go ahead, Mr. Marcus.
Jamie Brook is the representative to the Dream Cruise Committee. I'd be interested in knowing from Jamie if, in fact, the recent announcement about Woodward Dream Cruise moving forward was an action of all the communities, or did it come from the nonprofit managing agent for the communities? So maybe Jamie could answer that question.
The Dream Cruise Committee meets on a monthly basis. So the last meeting was before the changes that were announced from the state and the different departments, with the MD, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Throughout the planning, the overall Woodward Dream Cruise Committee has been moving forward with the expectation that the event will take place. There has not been any communication from asking for each city to say we're in. However, throughout the planning, nobody has made mention at a planning meeting that their city was planning to not grant permits. So there was nothing asked of us recently to say, hey, are you in? We're ready to make an announcement. That did come from the overall Dream Cruise. It may have been their executive board, which I'm not a part of, but it was not something where they asked each city to approve.
Commissioner Hop.
May I ask Jamie a question?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Has the BSD been contacted by the usual sponsors that we have, like Chevrolet and the car clubs? I mean, by now they would probably be in contact. Maybe they are not even planning on doing anything. So my question is, have you been contacted by all these different groups that usually come into Birmingham?
Yes, we have. And I've been pretty candid letting them know that we were not at a point yet where we could make a decision, that we were waiting to hear from commission, that we had not gotten final approvals, that we were hoping to be able to move forward. So we have started our planning. We have agreements not signed yet, but ready to be signed. WXYZ has reached out to us. They're actually looking to still broadcast from Birmingham. They've found a spot that's not public property that they can broadcast from, trying to avoid having to move to another location, even if we don't have permission to use the city property. WOMC reached out to me. I have a meeting scheduled with them later in the week because I was waiting to hear what happened here. Chevy has also reached out. So those are our three biggest sponsors, and they are all interested in moving forward if they are able to do so.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioners, directions, any questions for our chief, Commissioner Host?
I want to thank Chief Wells and our city manager, Marcus, for their reasonable remarks. And the point is, we're talking about our safety. And to have events, so to speak, is going to possibly compromise our safety. And again, I really appreciate the way we have handled this pandemic up to now. And it's always best to err on the safe side. So I am more than happy to make the resolution that the city of Birmingham will be canceling their participation in the annual Woodward Dream Cruise event due to public health and safety concerns attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic, and encouraging the promotion of the cancellation of the event by WDC Inc. to the public.
We have a motion, and we need a second if there's a support. Motion failed. We don't have a second. Commissioner Hoff?
I can see limiting the events, but when I hear that WXYZ and WOMC are going to broadcast from Birmingham, whether they do it on public property or private property, I think that is that we are entitled to the sponsorship from them. If they're going to spend the money and want to be in Birmingham, I certainly understand that maybe car clubs attract a lot of people, and maybe we don't want to close Old Woodward and have the car clubs there. But I would like to suggest that we pick and choose which sponsors we allow to be in Birmingham, because the Dream Cruise is going to be here regardless. I also want to make one other comment. I read that the M1 Concourse up in Pontiac is having a very big event this year in connection with the Dream Cruise. Now, how that will affect the number of cars on Woodward, I have no idea. But they are having an event that will attract people from other states. They're having a big event on 2 days, on both Friday and Saturday, with an evening event. So that may have more people there. I don't know, or it may cause more people on Woodward wanting to go up there. But anyway, that's my suggestion, that we limit the events rather than say we're not having anything.
Are you referring, Commissioner Hoff, the M1 Concourse? That's the National Auto Show that this year was moved to there. Is that what you're referring to, the event?
No, I'm referring to a specific Dream Cruise event that they are having that weekend.
Oh, okay. I'm not aware of, but I'm not sure if the chief or...
It's in the newspaper.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, Chief, Commissioner Nikita, you want to say something? Or our Chief of Police, you wanted to add anything to Commissioner Hoff's comment? We'll unmute you in a second. Here we go.
Just a couple of things in reference to what Commissioner Nikita said. What Commissioner Hoff's referring to is roadkill nights, and it is scheduled to occur. That's up in Pontiac at Woodward and South Boulevard. As City Manager Marcus indicated, I've had discussions with Bloomfield Township. They have not to date authorized any township permitted events. I had a conversation with Chief O'Donoghue from Royal Oak today. They also have not taken any city permitted events although he said that May is subject to change because of the most recent orders from the governor's office and the Health and Human Services orders. So Berkeley is moving forward with all of their scheduled events. I have not heard from Ferndale, despite I did send the chief there an email. I have not heard back from him there. So it's kind of a 50-50 is who's in and who's out. But there is that's a discussion in reference to what Commissioner Nikita had talked about earlier, where other communities are at.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your comment.
Well, and that was, and I appreciate that, Chief. That's helpful, and that's really at the basis of my question, is just to understand a little bit more about the collaborative nature of this. And I think that the challenge that we're in is we have no power to cancel this event. We can only address the concerns that we have about public safety in our community. But the spillover of M1, which is not in our control, it's not our street. It's the state street. And a lot of people don't realize that Woodward is not a Birmingham property. So we have little control over that technically. I guess one of the things that I want to be clear about is that we have a history of, for all public safety issues, when it comes to obviously fire, police, all kinds of safety, that collaboration between the communities is critical, has always been a very high priority. And we know that we work well with our other communities. And it seems to me like it would be helpful to understand the concerns that the Chief Wells brought up about how are we going to address potential emergencies to get from place to place, and how do we collaborate with obviously a huge demand of people coming in, and that's going to happen regardless. Especially if the Dream Cruise officially is on, there's going to be more people than there were last year, and there were plenty last year, as I recall. I guess I'm curious, and it seems like it would be helpful to understand a little bit more about how all the communities are going to address these issues of public safety and how we can work together to address it. And if there's a unified front on this idea that, okay, the dream cruise is going to happen, we know that, and if they're not going to back down and they're going to put it out there, that's something we all have to deal with. But how can the communities collectively have a unified front on addressing it? And I guess my thought on that is it would be helpful to know a little bit more about that. So one of my thoughts is maybe we, if possible, we don't have a hard date on this. Maybe it would be helpful to gather more information about some of this, given the fact that the decision on the Dream Cruise moving forward just happened, 2 days ago or something? I'm not sure. It was very, very recent. And I think all the communities are trying to figure out how to deal with this so that we can all be as safe as possible. So that's just a thought. I'm not necessarily saying that's the best way to handle it. I'm just bringing it up for discussion. The idea that maybe we could postpone this decision, gather more information, and understand how everyone is going to address it from a public safety standpoint and from a unified front and a collaboration standpoint as well. And then maybe make a more informed decision based on that. So just a thought to consider, and I'm open surely to hear how our leaders will speak to that. But that's just, I feel like we're a little bit short of information. That's my general thought.
Commissioner Nikita, I try to get the information, but fortunately, I've got a lot more ability to speak to my commission and be part of a decision or give a recommendation. In other cities, it's different. You've got full-time fire, you've got part-time fire. Different communities have different say. The chiefs to the north and south of us, the fire chiefs, are not in favor of having this. They think we're going to be spread too thin with everything going on because we're still dealing with COVID. We're still dealing with the screening, the variants. We're still, things are still, questionable what will happen. So to get a more concise group of everyone, I know from the fire chiefs I work with in Oakwood, they're not in favor of that this year. But we're not all decision makers and not all part of the decision making process. So I don't know if it'll get much better in the next couple of weeks. It's just kind of each community is kind of posturing to see who's going to do it first or making a recommendation first. My example, my recommendation still stands is if we're going to do it, I know we're going to be busy. We're going to get as many firefighters still on duty that day as possible, just because it's hard to control the influx of people. We're going to have a very busy day, but having a large event, downtown event in the Old Woodward section, that brings a lot more people. Having large parties in the private, where they need tents and caterers in the private parking lots, that's where we tend to have more calls in those areas throughout the years.
Chief, if we do not take any action on this, as the motion has failed, I suggest, as Commissioner Hoff stated, we can really control our sponsors. You can really limit it to not having the Old Woodward with the whatever dealership is trying to sponsor and block the area as normal, but we can have the XW, the Channel 7 on the corner, for example, that it's not as crowded. For example, I'm just also suggesting and recommending, as the Woodward Dream Cruise, as we just learned, they're going through regardless whether we participate or not. But again, it also put a burden on us to choose one and not choose the other, and I understand the difficulty on that. But it's a tough call. Safety comes first. I respect where you're coming from, and I want to listen to the leaders. Is safety comes first. That's regardless how we approach this. Yes, we need safety first. Commissioner Baller, you had a comment to add?
Well, it's a question, and it gets to the, what everybody's talking about. Is there a way to do it right? Because, masks and social distancing has been the way you do, shopping or restaurants or whatever we've been doing the right way. And we're basically being presented with, don't do it at all, or, do it. And I don't know if we did do it, what it would be like, because nobody's telling us. We're not being given an alternative. In other words, like in town, when the Corvette Club or comes in and they park in every spot, would there be a way to set it up so that they parked every other spot and it was spread out a lot more? I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas or wondering if there are any way to do this that would satisfy you, short of just canceling it altogether.
I think it's a decision for the commission it'd be hard to pick and choose. I think that's kind of when we looked at this memo and met as a staff, how do we pick and choose? That's where we came up with the permits for all. I guess I'm up for anything. Just I feel like we're just rushing into everything. Again, I think it's gotten very political with everybody in the country with mandates and gathering and everything. I just feel like I'm nervous to see a surge with the restaurants opening up, them not being able to regulate people that are vaccinated or not vaccinated. And I just think if we're in the middle of a surge and it's too late to pull back the brakes, and we're having this huge event and people are going to come no matter what, then it's going to be hard to control. That's my concern. So I guess I'm looking for direction, what everyone feels comfortable with. But what I feel comfortable with is definitely not the same event we had 2 years ago. It needs to be smaller and then see how it goes.
Mr. Marcus, go ahead.
Commissioner Ballard, you talk about the question of whether we can regulate this in a different way than we have in the past. I would only point out that, as you've seen, our restaurants are under certain guidelines, or were maybe up until today. And the compliance in many respects was not there. There was question about who could even enforce that. I just ask you to think about for a moment having how many people out there controlling where cars get parked. And to me, the other issue, which is just as big, are the crowds of people walking up and down Woodward, presumably oogling all the hot cars that are out there and enjoying that process. And that's the point that we're trying to make about events. and scheduling events, it attracts more people for those purposes. And we're not anti-Droom Cruise, but I think at the same time, our concerns about health are a major issue, especially for a mega event like this. I think the other, directions that we're going in terms of smaller groups and businesses and things like that, I understand where that's headed. But for a mega event like this, where you're bringing in populations of both vaccinated, non-vaccinated, those that comply with distancing and those comply with masks and not, it's a very different equation. This is not the same thing as, smaller event type activities. And to the extent that we can reduce that event size, I think that that's critical. The other thing I'd say to you is there's very little, to Commissioner Nikita's comments, I think that the police and the fire departments are very connected, very unified in their thinking. But this is an event that started when I was here as your manager years ago. And I always said to people, if they would have come in with a special event permit and said, we're going to have this event and it's going to attract, they claim 1 million people. Who knows what that number really is? They're going to be driving up and down Woodward, and you're going to have all these events in town. And yeah, it's going to be fun for a few years. And then it's going to be a big drag on the operations because somebody has to pull all this together and make this work. I wonder if that special event would have been approved. This thing started as a small operation in Ferndale, and community after community got added on and added on and added on. And now it's this huge event. It spreads all the way to Pontiac. And I think, I recall efforts to try and get Detroit more involved in this whole process. So it's our Mardi Gras. I get that. It is Detroit. It is the Motor City. I get all of that. Our concern is more the health concern and limiting the exposure of our public. And I think that is the role of the fire chief and also the police chief. It's about public safety and it's about public health. And quite frankly, it's a situation where I think this event, it rolls over people. Okay. It's not one of these things where you get somebody to just stand up and say, this is good for the town. This isn't good for the town. This is an event that is got momentum, has had momentum. It keeps going. It keeps growing. Okay. I hear more complaints about the cruising of Woodward now than I ever did when I was here before. It just keeps growing. And I think that those things are all in play here. And I'm going to be conservative about these things. I have to default to what's the best for public health. I think we're getting all sorts of mixed messages because of the politics of what we've turned what should have been science as to a public health concern into. And I think that's a big problem for all of us. And I am so appreciative of a fire chief that's willing to stand up and say the things that he has said to you about public health. So I guess I'm getting close to ranting, so I'll back off and leave it alone.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Thank you. I think we should be cognizant of the fact that we're not making this decision for 1 year. I think that what we decide will affect future years. If we tell OMC and XYZ and Chevy no, they are likely to move other places or move places that we don't control and having lots of experience with nonprofits and fundraising events, it's very likely that they'll find new homes and not return. And that may be something that we're fine with because we want to re-envision this event for their community for not only this year, but future years. And in that case, I think it would be important to answer the questions that Commissioner Baller and Commissioner Kita and Commissioner Hoff have raised is, can we envision a pared down event that we would be happy with this year and future years? Is it possible to allow the radio station, but to never again close down Woodward and allow the car clubs and common ground in the intersection? But I think that whatever we decide tonight will have consequences for more than 1 year.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just point out to the commission that we have a major event occurring here in Birmingham next year. It's called the Improvement of South Old Woodward. And I suspect that this is a 2-year situation. If in fact you close down this year, you're certainly going to have limited space to operate with the South Old Woodward improvement that's scheduled, I think, for 22.
Okay. Commissioners, I want to hear from the public. Mr. Rentschler, Gordon Rentschler, good evening.
Thank you. I was pretty much in agreement with most of the comments from the commissioners that we are a little bit out ahead of our headlights. I had a little strange sense of deja vu. For those of you who were not on the commission many years ago, you will probably not know that Birmingham has pulled out before at Mr. Marcus's recommendation for totally different reasons. We've had a long history of kind of being anti-dream cruise, if you will. And we pulled out, the event went on just like you discussed. And the only thing that's different is that some of the fundraising couldn't go on in Birmingham because we couldn't use the Woodward Dream Cruise logo. I think that the right way to do this is for the public safety folks, Paul and Chief Clements, to work with their counterparts. And if there's a unanimous feeling among the public safety departments, or at least a majority feeling of the public safety departments, I think that the Woodward Dream Cruise folks would listen to that. For us to use a public health argument when there is no CDC or Michigan Department of Health and Human Services guidance to follow, and when in fact it's quite the opposite, that Tiger Stadium is going to be full and all the outdoor events are going to open up by July 1st, and we're talking about an event that's in August, is very, 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 very weak in my mind. And I understand everyone can always say, yeah, it's COVID, but we've been taught or worked for the last year to try and follow CDC guidance, MDHS guidance, and without that, this is really a thinly disguised just, I don't like the Dream Cruise and I'd like to get out of it. So what I would say, I agree that you should not make a decision tonight, and I think that you should enlist the public safety folks in all of the communities. And if there's a unanimous version or a majority version, then I think we should participate, obviously. But to go it alone with a resolution that says not only are we not participating, but we recommend that you don't have the event without any specific public health guidance, I think is arrogant. And I think it would be embarrassing to the city and to the commission for you to go forward with that tonight. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rentschler. Have a wonderful evening. Mr. Andrew Haig, go ahead with your comment, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
I think everybody has made some extremely robust points from all sides of this particular debate. I can really see the concerns from Chief Wells and Chief Clements. Mayor Pro Tem Long made a very good point about a short-term decision can have long-term consequences. And Mr. Marcus said the one thing that I wanted to say, which is the structure of Old Woodward is going to change next year anyway. The layout, the ability to do certain things will change, plus it's going to basically be unavailable. So, I mean, perhaps the pathway that we may want to look at is that we We do not sponsor city property events. And partly I say this because I suspect City Attorney Cherrick would have to actually chime in here, because if we said yes to one sponsor and no to another, then who determines who is the right person and who is the wrong person? And it exposes us to liability because someone may feel as though this was unfair treatment. I don't know. I'm just kind of speculating, but I can see a pathway there. What we may want to potentially look at is saying to any private property owner, okay, if you wish to have an event, and submit a permit for this as a request to the fire department to make sure that it's properly set up. But perhaps this year we defer supporting on public property, because I agree with both chiefs that there will be some staffing stretch no matter what. Even if we shut down everything and said, no, we can't, we're still going to have to support with emergency services no matter what. So I think the addition will have to happen of state resources, which has happened in previous years where we've had state police and sheriff's departments have been supporting in the enforcement. We will probably still need that no matter what, because people will come no matter what. But perhaps we take a measured approach, and we also put it somewhere along the lines of, if we do a similar level as our adjacent cities of support, then we can be at least unified. But perhaps we need to take a couple of cautious steps. I don't think we should stop completely. I think that would not work. But I am very leery of supporting it with public property, because if there is an issue later, let's call it a super spreader event, who's liable? Are we liable because we let everybody in? Or do we say, if everybody was permitted on private property, they are then liable for anything that happens when any contact tracing happens? The city did what we could to try and enable everybody to try and recover any losses that they've incurred over the last year and a half at this point. But we cannot be the scapegoat. We have to protect the city and its residents to the best of our ability. So we will permit certain things to happen and take it a step at a time. We can't go the whole hog. It would potentially be an imprudent move to do that, but we need to do something.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. Appreciate your comment. All right, commissioners, we need to move along. I need consensus here, please, so we can table this. Commissioner Sherman?
So this is where the rubber hits the road, since we're talking about cars. Our job as commissioners is the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. We have a problem here. We have some information as far as how COVID has been spreading through the community in the past. And now we have the information the CDC has released indicating that masks are not required and the chance of catching this outside is minimal. And we're being asked to make a decision about something that is 2.5 months from now, where we don't know what the public health situation is going to be at that moment. We haven't been able to plan a month ahead, let alone 2.5 months ahead for over a year. But we have to make that decision. And whether the question I think that we can start with is, and this would be the chief, is this the chiefs actually? Is this something that we have to decide tonight? Or can we give some type of direction, basically indicating that, or directing staff not to issue permits, and that we'll look at this again in 2 weeks or 4 weeks and see what's going on as different things reopen? I agree with the chief. We don't know. We could have a fourth wave, or we could have nothing. And I don't think we know enough based on what we have so far. But we have to make the decision here.
Commissioner Hoff.
Well, I agree with those comments, and I appreciate Chief Wells' position. But I think we're not alone. Just as we've said, we're not alone on this. And there are many groups that want to know one way or the other. So by waiting I don't know what that does to these organizations, to WXYZ, to WOMC, to the car clubs. How does it affect, to Chevrolet? We have to be prepared to say, yes. Well, we don't have to say yes or no. We can say we're going to wait and make our decision in a month, but they may not still be here in a month. So what I was thinking was perhaps Chief Wells and Chief Clements could sit down with whoever does the organizing of the events that we usually have, which I assume is the Birmingham Shopping District, and look at what are the possibilities, who wants to be here, and try to make a decision, yes or no, on certain ones. Maybe car clubs, no. Car clubs attract a lot of people on Old Woodward. Maybe that would not be one. But maybe there's something that could be a possibility. Because by waiting, and we can do that, but we are going to lose some of these sponsors and some of these involvements. And as Mayor Pro Tem Long said, they're not going to come back.
I mean, I believe it's fair enough that we need to revisit this, and I believe timing wise, maybe by June 14, we'll have even more clarity from the Michigan Public Health and from the CDC. Things are changing on a day basis, as most commissioners said. I don't want to be repetitive. It's fair enough to say that let us digest more information. Chief, you heard every comment from commissioners. Do you have enough clarity and directions on if should we meet again on June 14 and to bring this back? Do we have enough information?
I can see where we're at with who wants, the events and meet with the BSD and see, and then maybe come back with a smaller plan. I definitely feel more comfortable. And I know some comments were made. The CDC is still saying not to have large events. There's a lot of people want to hear it's safe completely to be out there and vaccinated without masks, but not if you're jammed up and you've got people right up next to you. And, so that's why we need to still be cautious. So I'm up for anything to just have a smaller event. So I can bring something back to you, hopefully on the 14th, and we can see if you want to move forward on that.
Thank you, Chief. And then also please have our new executive director, Scabber, reach out to other communities also and see what the consensus is. That would help also determine, it really is, we would like to have a unified, I personally support a unified decision, that we're all in it together and we're not the only people opting out, pretty much. Commissioner Sherman.
Kind of building on what Commissioner Hoff was saying, I think as you can look at who our past participants have been and focus on things that are not going to create the type of situation that you're concerned about. Some of the media that comes in, they don't run large scale events. They may broadcast from that location. There are other things that do draw substantial number of people, where we end up having to close Old Woodward down. And I think the goal is to not close Old Woodward down based on your comments. So I think there are ways that we can draw that line to kind of tailor it to what we're trying to accomplish, and that is protecting the public health, safety, and welfare on the one hand, and on the other hand, to allow the smaller gatherings that won't be as problematic.
Okay. I think, I hope we gave you enough directions and information, Chief. Thank you for always doing the right thing and keep the public safe. Thank you both. And we'll discuss it further at a later date. With that, we move to item F, as in Frank, in that we have a resolution to approve the budget appropriations resolution adopting the City of Birmingham's budget and establishing the total number of mills for ad valorem property taxes to be levied for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022. With that, who do we have on this?
Mr. Gerber should be here.
That's why I was curious. I didn't see his face. let's see. Mr. Gerber, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, here we go. Good evening, Mr. Gerber.
Not sure.
Your camera's
Here
not
we go.
working?
Yeah, hang on a second. There we go.
Here we go.
Good evening. Given the lateness of the hour, I have before you a report which basically takes the budget that was reviewed on May 1st, and we had some minor changes to it, which are detailed in the report, along with the changes in the millage rate related to the new taxable value and the Headley reduction factor. I'm just going to leave it open to you if you have any questions regarding it, and go from there.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Gerber? No questions. Commissioner Hoff.
I'll move the suggested resolution to approve the budget appropriation resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Comment on the motion by the commissioners? By the public? Seeing none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. I'll move to item G, resolution to amend the schedule of fees, charges, bonds, and insurance, water and sewer service sections for changes in sewer, stormwater, industrial surcharge, and industrial waste control charge rates effective for bills with read dates on or after July 1st, 2021, as recommended in this report. Mr. Gerber, you have anything to add to that?
Nope, now I'll answer any questions anyone has.
Commissioners, any question for Mr. Gerber? If not, entertain a motion. Commissioner Sherman.
I'll move the suggested resolution.
Second.
Seconded, Commissioner Nikita. Comments on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make a comment about this and the last one. I want to acknowledge Mr. Gerber and Mr. Marcus for doing such a terrific job in all of the financial aspects here for the budget and pulling this together and keeping us updated. And I think it took a lot of time and effort, especially with Mr. Marcus being new back in town. I want to thank them and acknowledge the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. We'll take any compliments anytime. With that, any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thanks, Alex. We go to item H. It's a follow-up action in regards to the parking special assessment district workshop. Do we have any summary on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have heard everything that was said to us at the workshop. Based upon all of the comments and commentary by the commission, we are proposing the following resolutions. That it's resolved that the city manager, city attorney, and staff are directed to further evaluate the ordinances and formulas with recognition there may be the need for changes to the ordinances and financial formulas in order to meet the needs of parking in the central business district today, in conjunction with input from the Parking Advisory Committee. And be it further resolved that the parking assessment district and system need to be evaluated in terms of the Triangle District, with appreciation of the Triangle District requirement for parking, and to direct staff to impanel the Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority to once again meet and update information regarding tax increment financing in the district, and perhaps a creation of a special assessment district in the Triangle area, And finally, it being further resolved by this commission that once these studies, analysis, and recommendations are completed by the city manager, city attorney, and staff, these reports and recommendations will be provided to the city commission for potential future action.
Thank you, Ms. Kucharik. Commissioner, any questions for our city manager or Ms. Kucharik on this? Commissioner Host?
This number one, Mary, how nice of you to put together the workshop and the 19-page slide presentation. I think we all came away with a better understanding of what appears to be a mess. And I appreciate you diving into it and the way you've talked. I have two comments, but I'll go with the question, Mary. It says here that you're resolving that these studies, analysis, and recommendations are completed by you, the city manager, and staff, and all this will be reported to the city commission. I have two questions. Are you willing to put in comprehensive data? For example, the history of the assessment money paid in by each PAD buyer, in a sense, over the decades, to say exactly where that building is at, whether it's 5 stories or 1? And are you willing to put a time frame on this? That would be my second question. But the most important one is the first question. What are your studies?
Well, we're not, that's exactly the point, Commissioner Host. We're not completely sure yet. I think that what's important is the staff, all the departments involved in this complex issue, guidance with the city manager, that we take a deeper dive, do all these studies, get these comprehensive reports, and then based upon those findings, make recommendations to the commission, then for the commission then to have final decision making. So the answer is yes, probably, if that would be fruitful and helpful and help to guide some guidance back to the commission, and also helpful to us in order to make suggestions for new ordinances and new formulas.
Okay, you said, I honed in on the word you said, probably. Either, should I dive into this? I don't like probably. I like the idea we will.
Let me have our city manager chime on this too a little bit.
Look, I'll be pretty blunt, Commissioner Host. You've been asked.
Mr. Marcus, you're muted.
You're cutting out. I don't hear Tom.
You've been asking for this information for some time. I said I was going to be blunt. First off, we're not sure we can find all the information that you're referring to. Some of this is, I think, 55 plus years old. The value of a lot of these things has been inflated, but as a percentage of the actual cost of the parking structures that existed at the time, it's probably relevant. It's probably the same kind of percentages that you'd have today, depending on how you spread that roll. As you know, the rolls were spread differently for these decks. They were based on the individual decks for whatever reason that occurred. And the last deck, Chester, was just coming online when I started, which is now, 30 some years ago. Okay. So the history of why, what, and the philosophy of all of that preceded me. And I've been around a long time. And so to gain any real relevance from that information, I think is a real challenge. I think what Mary said was if it had value, that would be included in that analysis. Again, Mark and I looked at this when you made your first request, and we were trying to figure out if that information exists. If it does, it's probably in paper copy. I doubt that it was microfished. It's probably buried in some box that has all sorts of fragrance about it now because of where it's been parked. So I know you're looking for a hard drop so that you can come back later and say, you said you were going to do this. I know that. And you're not the only one that does that to us. But I'm not going to commit to doing that at this point. I can't. What we've said is that we'll take a look at all these ordinances. And we're not just doing that on our own. We also said that we'd be talking to the Parking Advisory Board. We'd also be talking to the Corridor Improvement Authority. And the other big thing that's happening is we're looking to hire a parking manager that starts to pull all of these things together. Not just decks and park surface lots, but on-street parking and how that relates to the triangle. It's a really comprehensive, complex issue. Now look, I understand that part of your thought process is that this has some bearing on development. Okay, and that maybe we shouldn't be permitting development going forward. But one thing I think you missed in this whole analysis was something called deferred assessments. And those deferred assessments were to do exactly what I think you're trying to argue. And that is, if the density of a piece of property changed, that they would have to pay more in the assessment as time went on, and that they expired after 20 years. So you couldn't defer assess something after 20 years. Now, the only logic I have to that number of years is it probably matched the length of the bond issue. And they said, well, we're not going to assess any more than what the debt was to begin with. And so if the bond issues expired, I think that's when the deferred assessment expired as well. So I think that was partly the logic to all of that. The gentleman that probably would know, if he can recall all of that, was the gentleman you just appointed to the Martha Baldwin board tonight. Okay? But he's pretty sharp. He probably would remember all of that. But again, I'm not going to commit to it. And Mary's, as an attorney, she's deft enough not to get herself locked down to that either. We'll look at it as best we can, Commissioner Host. We'll look at it as best we can. That's all I can tell you. I don't know that we can find it, okay? It'd be nice to think that we can put our hands on it, but I suspect it's going to take a long time to try and figure out where that is and how relevant that information is to the bigger picture.
Wow, that was a great answer to you, Commissioner Host. You have more clarification on that?
Yes. Thank you, Tom, for saying that. I have a couple of comments, and that is, I'm very proud that this resolution says that we'll have input from the Parking Advisory Committee. In talking to them, they have never dealt with the PAD, and I was hoping you could explain why, since they handle parking, how come they have never had anything to do with the PAD, please?
You need to unmute.
Okay. So what we have, and you have a study to this effect, Commissioner Host, as does the whole commission, as to how this whole system has been managed over the years. And it has been managed probably, in my opinion, with the ultimate goal being the most frugal way we could manage it, which is probably goes back to City Manager Kenning as well, because he was an exceptionally frugal individual in managing the affairs of our community, in my opinion. It was horizontal integration, meaning you had the police department, the engineering department, the finance department, the manager's office, and a private vendor managing the affairs, okay, of the parking system. And a lot of the policy for assessment and so forth came out of engineering. Okay. The other thing I would say to you is it's my belief that every city commission, when an assessment occurred, had a little different opinion about what was the appropriate percentage that should be assessed for each particular deck. So there was this, this discussion at the commission table as well, and all those things were. So it doesn't surprise me that the parking committee didn't do anything with the assessments to speak of, because largely that was engineering and to some degree finance, as I recall, on those assessments.
And if I may add, I'm not sure that when.
Okay, public comment.
Oh.
Mr. Reagan.
Wait a minute. Mary Casari.
Mary was adding in.
Say that again.
I was adding in, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Permission first. Back when the parking assessment district was created, and back in the 50s, and then the last parking structure that went up, Chester, in the 70s, I don't believe that the parking advisory committee was maybe even formed then. I don't know that for certain, but that would be my suspect, that it wasn't even formed yet.
Okay. I was more concerned when I asked the question about the fact that the parking advisory board was not invited to the PAD workshop, officially invited. And I am very pleased that you put it in the resolution that you will now implicate those volunteers who appear to know everything about the other issues other than the PAD. So I'm glad you're being inclusive. And then my final question before I make a statement, and this is for the city manager, how soon can you put this together in your estimation? There is no time constraint or frame for this resolution as written. And by the way, the premise is we should have done this yesterday. The few times I've talked to the mayor since I've been elected, I tend to end up saying, like, how about yesterday? But how do you feel, Tom? I mean, what's your feeling?
I'd like to report out initially sometime this fall.
Commissioner Baller?
Yes. Thank you very much for this. That was my one single question. I'd like to move the suggested resolution.
Commissioner Sherman, please.
I'll second it.
A comment on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Host?
I want to say I truly believe the city manager when he says we're going to do the best we can. But I think it's important that the data be as comprehensive as possible. If there's one thing that I got out of the workshop is that we don't know where we were, we don't know where we are, and so consequently, we can't figure out where we're going to go. So, for one, how about September 1st or August? Or, you say the fall. I know you're under a lot of pressure, Tom. This is something that we haven't addressed in a minimum of a decade, I assume. And it's abhorrent that the public has the perception that when a building goes up, that commercial developer is paying for the parking. In reality, we have been selling parking now, maybe for 10 years, that is non-existent. The point is we're giving it away if you're in the PAD, and we're oversubscribed, and the commercial people who own the city are in the same boat as the public. The ones that haven't gone from 1 story to 4 or 5 or 3. And as such, it's a bad system that we've been operating under, giving away non-existent parking.
My answer.
My answer was the fall. I'm not changing the answer.
One second. All right, now I can hear somebody. Commissioners, any comment on the motion? Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, the motion that, I'm fine with the motion. Made and seconded, there's no time frame in it.
That's, yeah. I'm just asking if there's any other commissioner comments on the motion. Otherwise, I'm going to give it to the public. Any public comment on the motion? Mr. Reagan, go ahead with your comment, please, on the motion.
Yes, thank you. You know, this discussion, I do appreciate the motion and the city attorney's effort to reconstruct records which apparently don't exist. This motion is about a decade and a half overdue, and otherwise it would have been perfect. You know, we're talking about an inability to estimate a due date because we don't have any records and we don't really have any clear guidance or clear direction as to where we're going. But we're darn sure that what we want to do is put a price tag on something that this is not a financial problem. We're debating over what are the appropriate fees for space we don't have. You know, the problem is we don't have enough space, and the estimate, the direction given to any of the parties involved in this analysis should be when a project of new construction is being proposed, what's the demand on the system? How much do we have left? And how much are they providing on site? And that analysis, this city is negligent in performing. You've looked the other way year after year, and then you're wondering why there's no parking. You know, this is beyond arbitrary and capricious. It's beyond negligence. In fact, I'm wondering why it still goes on. Rome is burning and they're fiddling, unable to come up with due dates. You've got new construction that's come online with virtually no parking. Why is there no public recognition? The public doesn't understand what you have all come to accept. The public thinks that new construction is paying their way. Listen, if building owners and their tenants knew you were cannibalizing the parking that they're dependent on, they wouldn't be as tolerant as Commissioner Host is right now. Why is there no sense of urgency here?
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Mr. Bloom, go ahead with your comment on the motion, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I don't believe comments were taken before the motion was accepted, as is customary. In terms of this issue, this commission, your commission, is going to have a very big decision to face in the next couple of weeks regarding RH coming in. And this commission needs to decide, figure out what you're going to do before that vote comes up. Their building, allowing that building to come in without parking is like a $12 million giveaway for parking that we don't have. And I think you need to be prepared to ask RH if they're willing to pony up extra money to pay for whatever policy this commission comes up for in the future. Otherwise, you're basically giving them anywhere between $5.5 million and $12 million or more for parking that we don't have. And it's a giveaway of the residents of this community in this city to a developer. And if we want to have them here, fine. But I think they need to pay at least part of their freight. And I think you guys got to come up with a plan or some kind of approach to RH pretty quickly before that vote comes up. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment on the motion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Nikita, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to, before we wrap, I just had a comment on the motion. First of all, I support the idea of analyzing the system, a system that's, 50 years old or longer, 60 years old, or even longer into the 50s. I mean, it's a significantly aged system with considerable complexity. I think having studied cities all over the world and talked to a lot of civic leaders around our state and a number of different communities, I think that our community, our downtown is in many ways the envy of many, many communities. And a lot of it has to do with the way this parking system has been developed and how it's been run. Is it perfect? No. Are we looking at analyzing to see how it could be better? Absolutely, we should do that, and that's completely welcome in my opinion. So this is an excellent step, and I totally support the motion to embrace the study and move forward. But I have to say that the numbers don't lie. The analysis has been done for years now. I've been getting, and the commission has been getting, a review of exactly what's happening on a day in and day out basis, a monthly basis of what our capacity is, what each deck is producing, how many cars are there, how much space is there. It's highly detailed and very well established, and you can go back for years to see that. I think we have an exceptional system with $20 million in the bank. It's pretty amazing that we have had this system for this long in the way that it's run and the way it has driven one of our biggest assets, which is our downtown, which absolutely supports our entire community and all our residents significantly with value in all of our pockets because of our downtown. So all of that said, I completely support this. And I think that that we can only make it better, no question. But I think it's an exceptional system, and that we can, we can build on the success and the strengths that we have going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any other comments on the motion from the commission? With that, we go to the roll call, please. Alex?
Mr. Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
No.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Okay, with that, we go to item I, commission discussion on items from prior meeting. We have none. Item J, commission items for future discussion. Commissioner Host?
The thread on Nextdoor about the food trucks in the neighborhoods, and I cite Poppleton Park that's been doing this for a couple of years. They have a taco night once a month. It happens to be on private property, but it allows the neighbors to come out and the kids to play, and it's safe, and everybody gets a better sense of community.
Mayor, point of order. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, Commissioner Host, but if he could raise the topic that he would like discussed at the next meeting, and we could decide if we want to discuss it at the next meeting, and we can move on, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Host, you need a motion for any items?
I'd like us to talk about food trucks in the neighborhoods and helping that come off this summer. If I can get a second.
You need to put it in the form of a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we discuss periodically food trucks in our neighborhoods.
Second.
Comment on the motion, commissioners? From the public? Ms. Helen Fertal? Oh, 1 second, Ms. Fertal. Commissioner Nikita, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'll just want to comment on the motion. This is not a new idea. This has been talked about for years. We actually did a study about food trucks and and food carts in the city many years ago. So if we're going to talk about this, then I would say that we bring back all of the information that has already been discussed and brought forth through the planning board and I think the commission years ago, and incorporate and start with the amount of.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Nikita, I'm sorry. Your comments are good and they are appropriate at the next meeting.
Okay.
I would just like to add, hopefully we can add parking lots like where we have the farmers market as well as parks.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, with that, we'll call the roll, please, Alex, on the motion. We have a motion seconded by Commissioner Baller. Can you please call the roll on that?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Okay, with that, we go to, yes, Commissioner Host?
I would like to make a motion that we discuss the First Amendment rights of our citizens with regard to all the types of commission meetings as an agenda item.
I have a comment for you, Commissioner Host, under Commissioner comment regarding that. But just I want to throw it out there since you mentioned it. But I'm not sure if there's any support for this. There's no support. Okay, any other motion? Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I would move that we discuss rules of procedure for non-regular meetings, workshops, joint meetings, stuff like that. That if that's something we feel we need to put in place. So that's my vote.
Second.
Okay, will the clerk call any comment on the motion from the commission? From the public? Commissioner Sherman?
What exactly are you referring to?
Exactly.
We have rules. What am I referring to?
Yes.
We have rules of procedure that cover our regular meetings in terms of when the public is allowed to comment and how during discussion of agenda items, during discussion of motions. We do not have, as far as I know, similar rules of procedure for our workshops, which are relatively new. We do have some guidelines there, but for our budget hearings, for our annual long-range planning meeting, for joint meetings, and I think there's a sense that some of these meetings, for example, the joint meeting with the planning board recently, the budget hearing, were dealt with sort of on an ad hoc basis, where, for example, commissioner comment was restricted during the budget hearing.
Commissioner Baller,
I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Sherman.
It does. Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Baller, I just want to reiterate that I will be making a commissioner comment regarding what you're asking, and you might not need to have that motion done. But should you wish to, I don't know if you're going to have enough support. We'll
made and seconded, so let's just vote on it.
Okay. Will the clerk call the roll on that?
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
No.
Commissioner Nikita,
No.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
No. Okay, motion failed. With that, we go. Any other motions by any other commissioners for future discussion? See none. We go to item removed from consent agenda. There's none. Communications. There's none. Reports. Commissioner reports. Commissioner comments. Commissioner Host.
I have two issues this evening, and the first one would be, Commissioner Hoff has heard this. I was fortunate enough to go to Lakeview Street's party a couple of Saturdays ago, and their street is asphalt with concrete curbs. And there's 39 houses on Lakeview. 38 of them wanted asphalt with curbs. And they're very happy that they have that. Which leads me to say I'm very unhappy with the Unimproved Roads Committee report for 3 different items. Number one, to think that the recommendation is we do a mile a year, that means it's going to take 25 or 26 years, and that is way too long. It should be 10 to 12 years because we've been living with this 30% for 9 decades, 10 decades. Secondly, not offering asphalt as a choice versus the recommendation is to strictly only offer concrete is a dramatic mistake, because whatever roads we're going to improve, I would say 75% of them are going to want asphalt. They're not going to want concrete. And the third one is I'm very upset that we haven't been able to incorporate a money payment schedule that is acceptable to our senior citizens and to our young families here, namely this road improvement thing and sewers. It has to happen, but we ought to make it as amenable as possible to the people that would consider it a hardship. My second item is a little more obvious, and that is the Woodward speeding and noise. I've asked the city manager and the chief today, what can we do? And there appears to be very little we can do to calm what's going on with the noise. And as such, I'm going to recommend that we consider allocating more money to the police department to see that we can keep it calm on Woodward, and that people know that we live here in Birmingham and we won't tolerate this extreme extreme problem.
Okay, any other commissioner comments?
I forgot one last thing, and the fact that we don't see the state cops here when an M1 is their road, we have got to get them aware of our problems. The way the public's looking at this, it's as though we don't care. Come on, we can do something. Thank you.
Okay. Any other Commissioner Sherman?
You know, I'm not even going to touch those commissioner comments because Commissioner Host, I know, was doing a ride along with the police over the weekend and was very complimentary of how they were handling Woodward. So I am very troubled by some of his comments tonight. But I do want to point out a couple of things that are really good. One is our police department resolved or issued a warrant for the arrest of the individual who ran over Wesley Stamps, who was a resident of Birmingham that many people knew. And they did it with a small car part and some video footage. And they were able, through hard work, to locate the suspect, bring the information to the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, and file charges. The individual was arraigned, and so that is proceeding. So kudos to our police department for excellent work here. This type of work, what they do is sometimes negated through comments here at the commission. And this type of effort needs to be called out. It is exemplary. It is what our police department is known for and what they do on a regular basis. And they do a great job for our community. and should be commended for it. The second is the fire department. There was a recent situation where they responded to a call, and while they were there, they noticed as a result of that call that our resident was not able to prepare her meals because her toaster oven was non-operational for some reason. They also noticed that she didn't have working smoke detectors or CO2 detectors. And through the generous donations by those by the union and the administration of the command structure of the fire department, they made sure that that was taken care of. Here's another situation where the people in our city go above and beyond for the residents. And I think we need to pay more attention to that and let them do their jobs. They're doing a great job, and we should call them out for that. And some of these things that are being called out, we're not going to solve. They've been going on for 50 years. People have been cruising Woodward for 50 years or more. You go back to the 1950s and 60s, same complaints. It's M1, it's a main road. We can do the best we can. I was out there on Saturday night. There were plenty of police officers. There were tons of flashing lights. People were getting pulled over for doing things they shouldn't have been doing. Our guys are out there. The sheriff was out there. I also did see the state police out there. So let's provide correct information to the public and give our officers, give our fire department the credit they're due. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Baller, you still have a comment?
Yeah, it's getting late, but I really, I feel compelled to kind of comment on something that came up late in our last meeting.
I want you to end with positive comments, please.
I'm going to try and make positive, but it's something I know you guys know that I'm passionate about. Commissioner Nikita had commented on a memo from our legal counsel about our potential participation in the city's new Engage Birmingham Forum. And in that memo, Ms. Kucharik had said, among other things, quote, "I encourage you to resist the temptation to actively participate in public discussion," end quote. I think that statement probably requires some clarification, and I hope Ms. Kucharik will recognizes that and would be willing to clarify it at a later date. Commissioner Nikita, who along with Commissioner Sherman has urged that we discuss guidelines on speech, interpreted her as having advised us, quote, "to refrain from advocating or publicly promoting or verifying a position on a particular item, and especially issues that are currently in front of us or on our agenda," unquote. I don't think Ms. Kucharik was advising us of that, and I find it surprising that I need to defend the right of any of us to speak on matters of public interest, even matters that are before us. Commissioner Nikita does it himself regularly, proudly, and I would say quite defensively himself on his Facebook page when he advocates on planning issues, many of which are before us here in Birmingham. The topic was the Michigan Open Meetings Act, and I think, like most some state sunshine laws, that assures citizens that deliberations and decisions will be made in the open, and that government will be transparent. It's not, and never was intended to limit the speech of an individual lawmaker. The First Amendment was first for a reason. I don't think Ms. Kucharik's opinion or the Open Meetings Act or any other law or policy can or should trump the right, and I would say the obligation of legislators like us to speak out on matters that are before us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Ho, ho, ho. More commissioner comments. Commissioner Nikita.
Well, I can't have people putting words in my mouth and actually speaking for what I do or don't do. I do not advocate or deliberate on issues that are in front of us on my Facebook page or anywhere else. I actually refrain very directly from any discussion regarding particular items that are directly in front of us that actually would be referred to as making a decision or advocating for something that we don't have all the facts in front of us. I would consider that inappropriate, highly inappropriate, and beyond our call of duty as commissioners. So I would say you would be hard pressed to find, in many cases, a dialogue about what's going on here or there or everywhere about something specific, about something that's on our agenda in Nextdoor or on a Facebook page or elsewhere. So I think my understanding of what our city attorney has been concerned about, as well as other dialogue that I've had, is the issue of particularly putting out opinions about issues that are coming in front of us in the near term, basically passing along the idea that we've already made our decision. And as far as I know, we shouldn't be making our decisions until literally the minute before we make a vote. I think that's the way the process works, because otherwise we're negating the fact of any information that's coming in front of us. And we don't want to get in a position where we potentially are dialoguing with other commissioners in the public realm. So I think there's a bit of a slippery slope and some clarity that needs to be done that. And I know for a fact there have been commissioners that have been dialoguing by way of advocating one way or another for particular issues that are coming in front of us. And that, in my opinion, is highly inappropriate. So maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's inappropriate. I wouldn't do that. I refrain from liking things that are pro or against either commissioners or particular items that are in front of us. And I think that our city attorney would likely recommend that we refrain from such things, and so would I. So with that, I think maybe we ought to think twice about where and how we advocate for particular items. Doesn't mean we have to be quiet about general issues, and it doesn't mean we can't be clear about the way we think about a number of things. But we also have to be very careful about the position that we hold and what a commissioner or a member of the city, one way or another, is supposed to be, how they're supposed to be handling these things in public.
Okay, Commissioner Nikita, I'd like to take the last comment of tonight. It's literally late of the night right now, 11:30. I'd like to take the opportunity to explain to the public that going forward, we will always have public comment at the beginning of our sessions, including special meetings, such as our budget hearings that just happened. When I made the decision at the budget hearing to have public comment at the end, I really thought it would be more useful for the public to have heard all of the presentations so that they could present their comments and or questions regarding the entire matter of the budget that they heard throughout the day. That was really my intention. I realize now that was probably not good reasoning, and now appreciate that the public is better served with the ability to ask questions and comment at the beginning of this session and possibly at each segment. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. In the future will be as requested. With that, any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Host?
I honed in on one word you said, Mr. Mayor, and that was possibly.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think that wasn't the word you wanted to use.
And after each segment, how about that?
You will allow comments.
That
right?
would be my statement. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
I am not, don't quote me on a exact every word that I said in the legal term. This is not a legal document. This is just my personal statement, and I mean well, and I really thought I did the right thing at the time, but unfortunately, that's not what the public wants. So we'll go back to after each segment, after each session. How about that, Commissioner Host?
Wonderful. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, awesome. With that, we go to advisory boards, committees, commissions, reports, and agendas. Legislation, city staff. I don't know if our city manager tonight want to give his city manager's report.
Yeah,
You want to brief it? Let's unmute you, Mr. Marcus.
Just a few brief comments. In terms of the fire department, obviously Commissioner Sherman made comment about one of the great responses we've seen recently, but I wanted to comment about the in-home COVID-19 care and how, again, our fire chief and the department are reaching out, I think, in a very both creative and strong initiative kind of way to get things done. The Birmingham Fire Department is working with Royal Oak Beaumont on providing in-home COVID-19 care for our residents. Birmingham paramedics will administer monoclonal antibody medication infusions to residents that are COVID-19 positive and are in high-risk categories of having a severe reaction. The cost of the medication is free, and the procedure to administer the treatment is covered by medical insurance and Medicare, which will help pay for the at-home service. I also want to call out Assistant Fire Chief Bartolino and Assistant Finance Director Wickenheiser have done an amazing job over the past 13 months gathering all the data required for us to apply for a number of different grants, COVID-type related grants. And I'd like to thank retired Fire Marshal Joel Campbell. Joel Campbell retired on May 15th. He had a 25-year career here with the city, held positions with the city, including firefighter, firefighter inspector, deputy fire marshal, and retired as fire marshal. And we thank him for his service and wish him all the best in his retirement. Stewart also talked about the suspect is in the fatal accident, and I think that's more common in terms of our department. I see some of the finest investigative work of all the departments I've worked with in my career, and Birmingham stands out as the real star in handling those issues. And finally, I want to call out Lieutenant Ray Faze, who received the Bravery Award. On May 10th, 2021, our department was made aware of an award received by Lieutenant Ray Faze, issued by the Royal Oak Police Department. Lieutenant Faze received a Bravery Award, which stated the following: officers responded to the report of a suicidal subject armed with a rifle. The subject was reporting he intended to engage responding officers with the rifle to commit suicide by cop. I hope all of you understand what that means. Birmingham's Police Department's Lieutenant Faze responded to the scene and offered his service as a negotiator. Lieutenant Faze was patched into an ongoing phone conversation between the suspect and dispatch. For over 15 minutes, Lieutenant Faze built a rapport with the subject and calmly continued his attempts to get the suspect to surrender. As the negotiation progressed, the suspect terminated the phone call and began advancing towards officers, where a close proximity armed standoff ensued. Lieutenant Faze remained calm and kept the suspect verbally engaged in attempts to de-escalate the situation with police officers on scene. Lieutenant Faze's negotiation and de-escalation efforts were a significant contribution to the overall team effort that brought this dangerous incident to a safe conclusion. Now, we've seen a lot of really bad situations involving police officers over the last 10 years. And I think at times we forget how good officers can be and how special it is for somebody to really be a good officer. It takes a very special person to go into law enforcement and really help the public the way our officers have done. And I think it's equally important to call them out, both when they do really great things and sometimes not so great things. So that's why we're calling them out this evening. And that's all I had, except that for those that are interested, the first movie night of the season is scheduled for June 11th and will feature The Little Mermaid. So I'm sure all the commissioners will be there for that. In an effort to keep the event as low risk as possible, we're working with Chief Wells on plans for a drive-in, kind of a cruise-in format at Seaholm High School. So I guess we are having that cruise event, right? Anyway, that's all I had for this evening. Have a good evening, folks.
Okay. With that, have a wonderful evening, everybody. Good night and meeting adjourned. Take care, guys.